The state record cutthroat in Wyoming is a 15-pound, 32-inch giant caught back in 1959 out of Native Lake in Sublette County. And who knows if that record will ever be broken, but if it is, there's a chance that fish got its start here at the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Auburn Hatchery. Home to the state's Snake River cutthroat broodstock, hatchery personnel are nearing the end of their annual spawning efforts, hoping to collect up to 1.2 million eggs for incubation. Here's an interesting wrinkle, though. Auburn Fish Hatchery Superintendent Ed Berry says more than half those eggs will never be stocked in Wyoming, for a good reason.
More than half of the eggs that we produce are shipped to out-of-state sources and used in trades for warm and cool water fishes back east. So the things that we can't produce in Wyoming, we use the eggs and trade for those. So the Snake River cutthroat, in addition to just being the native cutthroat for this drainage, is also an important trade commodity.
In return, Wyoming receives other fish popular with anglers: walleye, catfish, bass, pike, and crappie. But there's still plenty to go around. The Auburn Hatchery takes a portion of the Snake River cutthroat eggs to be raised and stocked locally. The rest are incubated, hatched, and sent to other department facilities to be raised and stocked. Snake River cutthroat spawning begins in April and continues into June. Here's another interesting fact. The Auburn Fish Hatchery is actually located in Idaho. So how did that happen?
Water. That's why any hatchery is where it is, and the water source is the most important part of any hatchery. And when they were looking for a place to have a hatchery in extreme western Wyoming, they knew of this source back in the 40s, and so from my understanding, we had an agreement with Idaho where we could run the facility as long as we supplied some of the fish for Idaho.
Auburn Hatchery is also the main source of kokanee salmon in Wyoming, receiving over 1.5 million eggs from other department facilities for hatching to then be sent to other facilities, while keeping over 600,000 eggs to raise and stock in places ranging from Flaming Gorge Reservoir near Green River to Rob Roy Reservoir in the Snowy Range. Now, for those working on their cut slam, Snake River cutthroat's native range is the Snake River proper, which makes pursuing these fish a scenic experience as well. Once spring runoff concludes, make a plan and take a weekend trip to the western side of Wyoming. One of these would sure look good in your fishing net. This is Ray Hageman with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. It's a success story on two fronts. A once struggling herd of bighorn sheep now produces enough sheep for transplant elsewhere in Wyoming. Last month, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department captured 24 bighorn sheep in the Devil's Canyon area near Lovell and released them about 250 miles away in the Ferris Mountains of central Wyoming. In 2004, the Devil's Canyon herd was lagging, prompting the department to transplant bighorns from Oregon and Montana in an effort to jumpstart the herd, but also one day create a source herd to jumpstart other sheep herds in Wyoming. Those efforts are paying off. The current population objective for the Devil's Canyon herd is 175 animals, and a recent estimate puts their numbers right at that level. Grable Game and Fish biologist Leslie Schreiber.
Our original idea for this herd when we created the Devil's Canyon herd was to have it as a source stock for transplants to other parts of Wyoming. So this herd is adapted to low elevation kind of canyon areas. So we're using it as a source to stock these sheep into other similar type habitats in Wyoming.
It's done so well, Game and Fish will be offering 6 bighorn sheep hunting licenses for Hunt Area 12, which means one will be offered via random draw. After capture, the sheep were fitted with radio collars, tested for potential bacterial respiratory pathogens and other infections, and if the ewes were pregnant. Then a trailer ride to the Ferris Mountains near Rollins, where ongoing efforts in that region to boost the herd have shown positive signs as well. Sinclair wildlife biologist Greg Hyatt says this is the 4th such release in the region and, like the Devil's Canyon project, is an effort to expand the Ferris Seminole bighorn sheep herd.
I think the first one was in December of '09, and now we figure the herds on the Seminole side's up between probably 100 to 110 sheep. So that part of the herd's been growing well, and now we decided it's time to start expanding it over onto the west side of the herd unit into the Ferris Mountains.
These projects aren't cheap, and licensed dollars from sportsmen are a big reason they happen. The goal is to have around 150 sheep each in the Seminole and Ferris Mountain ranges. They'll get a good start. Each of the ewes transplanted turned out to be pregnant, and habitat in the region has been improved thanks to some prescribed burns and recent good moisture years. Right now, only one license a year is allocated in this area, Hunt Area 17, but the hope is to get license numbers back to the 4 to 8 licenses seen in the 1980s. This is Ray Hageman with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. One of the more popular trout streams in Wyoming, actually the U.S., is Flat Creek, which sits on the National Elk Refuge just outside of Jackson. Trophy Snake River cutthroat are the angler's target, so to make sure habitat stays intact and productive for these fish, Flat Creek is getting a new look, so to speak. This stretch of Flat Creek moves irrigation water from the Gros Ventre River through the Elk Refuge to points downstream. Back in the 1970s and 80s, large amounts of fine sediment were deposited in this stretch, causing stream banks to erode and move about, affecting the quality of spawning areas and other fish habitat. Habitat structures were installed in the 1980s to create additional hiding cover for trout, but those structures need replacing. Ryan Collier is with Biota Research and Consulting in Jackson.
The structures that were installed in the early 80s, they weren't allowing the stream to heal itself naturally. And you would expect it to heal itself naturally, but it could take hundreds of years, especially with the altered flow regime and fine sediment inputs that are put in from the Gros Ventre River. So removing those old structures and then encouraging the stream along the right path so that it can then support, sustain, and heal itself in the long term is really the objective out here.
The Flat Creek Enhancement Project will treat a total of 3.5 miles of prime stream access for anglers. The final product will offer more meanders, undercut banks, and deep pools to hold more of the hefty trout Flat Creek is famous for. Wyoming Game and Fish Department aquatic habitat biologist Anna Senecal in Jackson says Game and Fish was in a good position to serve as a relationship builder between interests that all have the same goal, to maximize this fishery's potential.
Flat Creek is an amazing public fishery. There are very few places close to Jackson where we have this much latitude to work with a stream that still has control of its floodplain, that can still move, and that's open and accessible to the public. This is a resource that is paramount for not only the cutthroat fishery and spawning habitat, but also for accessibility, for people being able to experience that resource and to catch a native cutthroat trout in the Snake River drainage.
Flat Creek is only open to anglers from August 1st through October 30th, but anglers across the U.S. see it as a destination spot for their pastime. The project is a partnership between Jackson Hole Trout Unlimited, Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Snake River Fund, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Patagonia, Teton Conservation District, Teton County Weed and Pest, and the National Elk Refuge. This is Ray Hageman with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Getting a good count on wildlife numbers is critical to manage wildlife in Wyoming. The use of infrared technology on a segment of the Jackson elk herd along the Snake River corridor between Teton National Park and the town of Wilson is making that point dramatically. In the 1970s and early 1980s, this area hadn't seen much development, which meant good hunting opportunities. But in the last 30 years, things have changed. Wyoming Game and Fish Department biologists have long believed this segment of elk was rapidly growing, in part due to limited hunting. But getting a solid count was tough. Homes and other developments limit access from the ground, and dense tree canopy deters low-level aerial surveys. So Game and Fish went high-tech. Jackson Game and Fish Wildlife Management Coordinator Doug Brimmeyer.
We designed a survey template for the area known as Hunt Area 78 west of Jackson, and we conducted a survey, infrared survey of the elk population that resides in amongst the residential areas there and the golf course to determine what population is like.
Heat signatures from the elk enabled a lot more to be counted, and what biologists found confirmed their concerns about this segment of elk. It's reproducing at a rate nearly double that of other segments of the Jackson elk herd that are living on adjacent national park and forest lands.
And right now we're at a point kind of a critical point with this population. They have between 50 and 60 calves per every 100 cows, compared to the elk that some are on the national forest, which have between 25 and 30 calves per 100. And so our concern is that this population over time will actually start to make up more of the agency's objective, and it has the potential to double in size every 5 years with limited hunting.
The overall population objective for the Jackson elk herd, that's set by the Game and Fish Commission, is 11,000 animals. Slower growth rates in other segments of the herd are keeping objective numbers steady for now. There's also an established target number of 5,000 elk on supplemental feed on the National Elk Refuge. But elk numbers there have exceeded that target in recent years, and the cause is likely this growing segment of elk. Extra hunting would help, but that's a challenge. Many of the elk are on private land where access is limited. The only other options are through the Elk Reduction Program in Grand Teton National Park during their migration, or
Tom, how are you? You good? We got him. I got another one in the room, so we're ready to go. We rock and roll.
I assume we're supposed to use the green one? Okay. Well, Madam President, members of the Commission, Director Talbot, I'm here today to visit with you about a proposal from the state of North Dakota. They are seeking a translocation of greater sage grouse in exchange for some rooster pheasants. And I think we've got a PowerPoint that hopefully will be coming up. So, did I just turn it off? There we go. So this presentation was actually put together by my counterpart in North Dakota, Aaron Robinson, and I'll just be presenting it today. Commissioner Culver has actually seen this presentation in Cody at the WAFWA meeting here a month or so ago. So the Greater Sage Grouse Conservation Strategy was actually published about 10 years ago. And the overall goal of that strategy is to maintain and enhance populations and distribution of sage grouse. And you see that theme repeated over the last decade in different documents. For example, the Conservation Objectives Team report, very similar wording. And of course, over the last 5 years, 6 years now, following the candidate decision in 2010, there's really been, as you're well aware, an unprecedented range-wide conservation effort to preclude the need for listing of sage grouse as threatened or endangered. In the recent, coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the decision to not list sage grouse, is really, that decision really placed the responsibility on all parties to maintain or increase populations by implementing all the conservation plans that have been put forth. And that goes beyond our jurisdictional boundaries. It's truly a range-wide effort. So currently, sage grouse are found in 11 western states, and what gets translated in that statement is that the geopolitical distribution of the species is measured by state boundaries. And species often face the greatest threat to their persistence on the fringe of their range. And the sage grouse in North Dakota represent the northeast fringe of sage grouse in the United States. Preserving these types of fringe populations is a major challenge now, and it will be into the future. But North Dakota is asking us to consider that if a state population declines to the point of extirpation, the collective power in defending a range-wide species conservation effort diminishes, and ultimately weakening public perception that the species is not warranted for listing. So if we can no longer say that we have 11 states with sage grouse, we're ticking that down to 10. Even though, you know, to those of us in Wyoming, we know what sage grouse state is. In comparison, still that perception of losing a state somewhat equalizes that in the public perception. So sage grouse have never been widespread in North Dakota, but they have persisted nonetheless, and they're confined to the southwest portion of the state. Scattered populations found in 3 counties. The North Dakota, again, is on the eastern fringe of sage grouse, but it's not an isolated population. It is connected to Montana, South Dakota, and down into Wyoming. From a population perspective, there was a fairly severe outbreak of West Nile virus in 2007 in North Dakota, and their population has declined by over 60% subsequent to that, and that's a 5% decline per year. And the feeling there is that it has declined below a threshold that natural recruitment is not enough to offset mortality that happens to that population. So they've dropped below a threshold for a viable population. And if you look on the left side of that total males graph, their count this spring was 17 males in the state. So they are very much on the edge of extirpation in the state. So North Dakota has this proposal for translocation. They actually have funding in place from the Fish and Wildlife Service. They've had that funding for several years. That funding is about to expire. They also recently in-state their director and whatever process they go through has committed $500,000 to this effort, with the goal of the translocation to produce a viable and free-range population, again, in the state. We are talking about a population augmentation here because we want, we know from previous translocations that the most success you have is when you don't wait until they're gone and try to restore a population that has been extirpated. But if you supplement an existing population, your odds of success go up. So that is the plan. And with 17 males on Lex, of course, the population itself would be higher than that. That's just males. But time is probably of the essence in this regard. A recent example of such a translocation that has been successful, and coincidentally, the folks involved with this Strawberry Valley, Utah translocation are also involved with this North Dakota translocation. Aaron Robinson, my counterpart in North Dakota, was in Utah at the time, and Dave Dahlgren, who is part of the science group associated with this translocation, is also a Utah person who was involved with this Strawberry Valley translocation. So this graph showing population increase coincident to the translocations, there's not a proven cause and effect here, but there were some other things going on with that population in terms of management, but certainly the belief of the folks that were involved with this is that the translocations were a major part of this recovery of this population. So the proposal from North Dakota is to request birds from Wyoming. They are concurrently working with their landowners and agencies in terms of improving and maintaining habitat. One of the questions that came up when this was first being proposed is, well, what's your habitat base? Is it declining? And North Dakota's response was, no, it has actually been fairly stable. They are not losing additional acreage to conversion to agriculture, and a lot of the oil and gas activity is on the fringes of these areas, not really in the center of this, so that they're fairly confident that while it's certainly not optimal habitat, it is not declined over the years, commensurate with the population. They believe it is the disease issue was the big factor in the decline, and it is simply such a low population now. It's simply unable to maintain itself, and so the hope is that with a supplement of birds, they will again have a sustainable population.
And Tom, when you say
yes.
conversion to agriculture, you mean farming?
Farming, yes.
I mean, that would be an important clarification.
Yeah,
because obviously agriculture
Yeah, there's agriculture. Yeah,
does
there's
not
grazing.
negatively affect sage grouse.
There is certainly grazing going on there. Row crop agriculture.
Right.
So concurrent with this translocation, there is also a translocation going on in eastern California, also on the fringe, the opposite corner of the range. And this provides an opportunity for science, for a replicated study, looking at how well these translocations can work, what the techniques are, and provide us with improved tools into the future. And what is not on this slide in terms of the overall proposal is that North Dakota has made the offer of, hey, if we have anything you want to trade for, let us know. And over the years, it has been the desire of the folks involved with the pheasant program, the bird farms, to have some access to some, and actually North Dakota rooster pheasants, to improve the breeding stock on our bird farms, to improve the wildness, I guess you'd say, of the birds we release for sportsmen in the fall. And so arrangements are being made to capture and translocate 200 rooster pheasants over the next 2 years, should this proposal be approved. 100 each year, with 50 per year going to both Sheridan and the Yoder bird farms. And our personnel would be traveling to North Dakota to facilitate that capture effort midwinter, January, February of 2017 and 18, again, should the proposal be approved. So the objectives of the translocation, we'd be looking at a minimum of 30 to 45 female sage grouse annually for a minimum of 2 years. And after that 2-year period, step back, evaluate what had happened so far, and then decide whether the need still existed to translocate more, or exactly what should be done into the future. One of the interesting things that will be tried as part of this, which has been done in European grouse and also with the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse in the western states, is that there will be some artificial insemination of the hens. That could accomplish 2 things. One, you could use the males from North Dakota as a source of the semen, and keep local genetics in the population. But perhaps more importantly is that when you release a hen, sage grouse in this case, if she has been bred she will have a much greater chance of settling down, initiating a nest, as opposed to an unbred hen that, pardon the pun, but what comes to mind is flying the coop, leaving the area and becoming lost to the population. And again, this will be something that is evaluated over the course of the project to determine its success. There will be at least 3 years of post-translocation monitoring, looking at all the usual demographic rates and just how successful the project is. There will also be genetic work to try to detect if there are changes in genetic diversity. One of the aspect of the original proposal of North Dakota was they wanted the birds closest to them, which would be northeast Wyoming. We are hesitant at that, given the status of sage grouse in northeast Wyoming. So we will probably be going to the closest robust population. We have not determined any specific locations, but as you get closer to Casper, west of Casper, you start getting to more secure, more robust populations, and that's likely the first places we'll be looking for translocation opportunities. And as part of this whole thing with the science, they will be improving our translocation protocol through the results of the science that comes out of this. So, in summary, the goals are to produce a viable, self-sustaining population, to develop the range-wide protocol for sage grouse translocations, and contribute to this science base that we can all across the West benefit from eventually, and especially should we need to resort to in-state translocations at some point in time. So with that, I would take
Tom,
any questions.
so you have, so you're planning, you would do it in the spring then, sounds like. That's the optimum time?
Yes, Madam President, that it would be done in association with breeding activity on legs.
Putting them out there barefoot and pregnant, huh?
Yes.
Commissioner Clouda.
Madam President, Tom, thinking back to your presentation last year when we talked about the cyclic nature of the sage grouse and the rabbit, does any consideration go into looking at the Dakotas for the cyclic nature of those things to try to coordinate it with maybe the upswing of the rabbit? I mean, I don't know if that's even I could be talking out of my hat here, but I know that it was very important for me to understand the cyclic nature of the sage grouse and the rabbit.
So I think from a Wyoming perspective, that's we're actually at a good time because we are nearing a peak if we're not already there. So we have birds. This shouldn't impact local populations to too large of a degree. From a North Dakota side, and I've got the population graph up here, it becomes a little bit difficult to tease out much of a cycle in that data, and it's probably because it's such a low population that I would hesitate to call that a cyclic pattern in that regard. And it's been impacted apparently by this West Nile virus outbreak that it's dropped below a threshold, so all bets are off at that point in terms of population performance, and it's just continuing to go down.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move that we approve this translocation of sage grouse in exchange for rooster pheasants with North Dakota.
I second that.
Further, Commissioner Price.
A few questions.
Sure, absolutely, go ahead.
I'm kind of wondering, are you going to match the kind of the terrain in North Dakota and the place you take the sage grouse from in Wyoming? It seemed like that'd be a kind of an important thing, you know, to have the best you can, a similar food source, area and things like that.
Well, Madam President, Commissioner Price, that was one of the reasons that they, ideally, they would have liked birds from northeast Wyoming. You do want birds that are just using a similar habitat as possible. In this case, I think the best we're going to do, with all things considered, including the status of our population in northeast Wyoming, going to the next closest robust populations is probably as good as we can do. There's not a lot of places in Wyoming that are exactly like that stuff in North Dakota. I mean, they're truly on the margin of the range, and to match those, we'd be taking them from the margin of our range where populations are low themselves. So I think some of these other factors that we're trying to implement in terms of the artificial insemination, using the local males, things like that, probably mitigate that concern. It's a real concern. It's a real issue. But I think we're going to have to do the best we can using birds from a more robust population. And what they're talking about now is if Wyoming were to turn them down, they're looking to go to Nevada. So,
even different.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just a question, because it seems like wild animals are pretty much affected by the food source.
Yeah.
And the ability to get food similar to what they have.
Yeah, there's no doubt that, I would hesitate to put a probability of success on this whole thing, but those kind of issues are certainly concerns and potential reasons that things might not be as successful as you might hope. The thought to consider here, though, is that while even if chances of success are, 20%, and that's not my guesstimate, I'm just as an example. Given that decline these last several years, it looks like the chances of success of that population without is pretty close to zero.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm just looking at
Yep.
maximizing your chance.
I agree.
Are they doing anything to control, I'm going to say ravens? Doing any programs to control the predators or ravens?
Doubt they have them.
Yeah, Madam President, Commissioner Price, I don't know the specifics of how they are preparing for that, but they are doing those kinds of things, trying to ensure that there's habitat, they've got all the agreements in place, and making sure that the habitat remains stable. I know that. I don't think ravens are a big issue, but I don't know what their local predators are and how they're dealing with that specifically. I can probably find that out for you.
Thank you.
Do we know that the West Nile has run its course there?
Certainly, that is that's an unknown. I don't know that we will ever be able to say that it has run its course. We know that sage grouse are highly susceptible to West Nile. There's very little resistance that has been documented in sage grouse to date. So yes, that could be one of those events that trumps anything we do in some of these areas. But we also don't know that that resistance won't increase, and we will have better outcomes from West Nile. We just don't know on that. So, yeah, it's a risk, but one we think is worth taking.
Sherry, and I'll ask for discussion in case there's any further, but right now we have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Clouda and seconded by Commissioner Culver to approve the translocation. Am I correct in that? No.
I think Commissioner Price made the motion.
Oh, my apologies.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
No, I
was
was
the
in
other-
on this. It wasn't Culver did it.
Okay, well, okay, I'm glad I was corrected. I wasn't sure, but I thought I didn't repeat it right away. See, that's what I get when I don't repeat them right away. How easily I'm confused. So, okay, we've got that straightened and everybody's comfortable with that? All right, is there any other further discussion or questions from, well, we have the guru here? Nope. Hearing none, we have a motion to approve the translocation of sage grouse from Wyoming to North Dakota. It's an internal dating game kind of thing, you know, kind of, right?
Correct.
All right, and so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Scott, you are up.
My bad.
Oh, and a quick comment before Scott begins. Now that I see a few more people come into the room, there are blue slips at the back of the room that you can complete if you'd like to speak on any specific topic. And then before we leave today, we'll also have public comments open up again. So please complete these if you want to speak to something specific or even at the end. Thank you very much. And cell phones, courtesy on cell phones too.
Madam President, members of the commission, Director Talbot. So in July at the Pinedale meeting, I presented to you 13 of the final 13 big game herd unit objectives. And I mistakenly provided you the Darby sheep herd as a status quo, and I wanted to correct that mistake on my part. What I had presented to you in July was the objective of 150 as a post-hunt population objective carrying over to this next 5-year cycle, when actually the Jackson-Pinedale region took a proposal to the public of a trend count objective of 65 total animals. And I wanted to make sure I was able to correct myself. This change in objective does not in any way reflect a change in management for this herd. Similar to other herds that we've presented to you over the years, this just reflects a more accurate accounting of what is on the ground. In the summer of 2015, last summer, our field personnel documented 55 total sheep in this herd unit, and they felt like a starting point for a trend count objective would be 65. And that would be based on an analysis of that number over a 3-year running average. And just like all of our other herd units, we're committed to the 5-year evaluation period. So we would propose to manage the Darby Mountain Bighorn sheep herd for a total of 65 sheep using a midsummer trend count. That is the time of year when our folks can get up on top of the mountain. These sheep inhabit high elevation habitats year-round. They don't have the traditional migration patterns to lower winter ranges. They spend pretty much the entire year at or above timberline. So kind of a unique situation there. So again, just to reiterate, this was the public review process with 68 people attending these 4 public meetings, as well as one-on-one discussions with Jackson Hole outfitters and guides. Later in the spring, then they had 2 follow-up meetings, and they received no significant opposition to the proposed change from 150 as a post-hunt objective to a summer trend count of 65. So with that, I would ask if there are any questions.
Commissioners, Commissioner Price.
How many of the proposed licenses have we got for that herd?
Madam President, Commissioner Price, so we were able to offer this hunting season one ram tag. It had been closed for several previous years just due to the overall low number of rams in the population. Last year we did document approximately 20 rams in this population, and majority of those were mature rams, so we felt like it was time we could again offer a limited, although limited, but we can still offer a hunting license of 1 for this herd. And that's our overall management objective. You know, as we discussed before, these small populations we want to try to maintain some recreational or hunting opportunity, and that's the overarching goal for Darby sheep as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We do have one public comment. Steve, there he is. So Scott, before you make your recommendation, I would like to hear from Steve
Absolutely.
Kirkpatrick in reference from the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation.
Madam Chairman, Director Talbot, and members of the commission, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Steve Kilpatrick speaking for the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation. We missed the earlier meetings, lots of things going on, so apologize for that. Been involved with the interactive working group of domestic sheep, wild sheep since 2000, and the herd that Scott is talking about is, quote, a non-essential herd. However, a little history behind it is that the last bighorn seen there were in and this is from Game and Fish, were in 1960, and then transplants in 81 and 87 of 34 and 25 respectively sheep. And then that population then built up to 150 or so estimated, and actually 124 seen in 1994. While we agree this is a non-essential herd, we support what Scott's presenting because it's not really a change in management. Some of us were a little confused that an objective of 150, a population objective down to a midsummer count of 65 seemed to be a drastic reduction. We were quite concerned about that because of agricultural producers, i.e. sheep folks, about 20-some sportsman groups, and the Forest Service working over the last few years to set aside about 187,000 acres that would be good for bighorn sheep in this area, and bighorn sheep were an emphasis. And that was about a cost of $1.2 million. So we still want to see this herd continue to exist. We think it's really important from a public perspective, and we still want to hope that we can get, maybe the count is 65. We'd like to see it a little bit higher, maybe towards 75 or 80, but we're still managing for roughly 150 sheep, because 150 sheep is biologically what's necessary for genetic diversity to maintain that sheep over time. That's about 50 effective breeding ewes in a population of 150 or 125. So without keeping that population close to 100 to 125, we're worried that it could blink out pretty quickly. And also, we'd encourage the Game and Fish to bring this to the interactive working group meeting, domestic sheep, wild sheep working group meeting this winter, and explain that this is not a change in emphasis of management. Because with that plan being codified into law in July of 2015, we're all supposed to share information transparently, and we are. But anyway, in general, we're supportive of this objective change, way of counting sheep change, if you will, and but would like to see that herd maintained on the landscape. On with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for Steve Kilpatrick? None? I would say to you, Steve, and I don't remember, and I apologize for this, you're usually at every meeting, so you probably were, but were you at our meeting in Pinedale? You were, weren't you?
No.
No?
Couldn't make it. No.
Okay, well, and you probably paid attention and read the minutes later, but if not, note that in November of each year, we're going to try to have an annual update on, for all of the Livestock Board, the Board of Ag, and Wyoming Game and Fish Commission in general on how the whole plan is working and updates on those kind of things. So you might, that might be of interest to members of the working group meeting as well there, so that they don't have to have a separate presentation always.
Yeah, thank you, and we're very aware of the political sensitivity of this particular herd with Senate File 133 passed in 2015 also, and Senate File 134 also codified into law. So we'd just like to maintain that herd as best we can, and if it happens to grow because of some willing agricultural producers, sheep folks, bowed out with economic incentives, maybe that herd will grow. And there are some indications with the lamb-ewe ratios being high from 2010 to 2014. There were 50 lambs per 100 ewes, and last year, 61 lambs per 100 ewes. So maybe that herd's going to pick up again, and maybe they have a little room to grow and less disease transmission from domestic sheep now. So.
Thank you for your comments. Scott? Here, we're ready for your
Madam
request.
President, if it would please the commission, we'd like to offer a change in what I presented in July from 150 post-hunt objective to 65 trend count objective for the Darby bighorn sheep herd.
Commissioners, I would entertain a motion in terms of that request. Commissioner Price.
I will make the motion that we make the change that Scott's requested from 150 animals to 65 with a trend count.
Midsummer trend count, right?
Yeah, midsummer trend count.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Price. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Anselmi to accept the department's recommendation on the Darby sheep herd. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you, Jean.
President Little, members of the Commission, Director Talbot, Jean Cole, Chief of the Fiscal Division. Agenda item number 12, this is the license selling agent applications. The department has received 4 applications since our last commission meeting, 3 of those from sporting good vendors and 1 transfer of ownership from a non-sporting good business. The department would like to recommend that the Commission approve all 3 sporting good applicants as they have qualified from the local game wardens in those districts. 2 of them are Sportsman's Warehouse, new locations in Gillette and Rock Springs. The 3rd applicant is Froggy's Bait and Tackle in Moorcroft, Wyoming, and the warden qualified them as a sporting goods store as well. The last applicant is a transfer of ownership for Mountain Man, which is located in Cody, Wyoming on the Chief Joseph Highway, and that is a business that wants to continue selling licenses for the department. And I would entertain any questions you may have on any of these applications.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Would you, my next question then would be, would there be any desire by any commissioner to pull one of these out of consideration separately, or otherwise I'm going to ask for a motion on all 4 at one time?
I would so move. I will second that.
Okay, so that is a motion by Commissioner Crank to appoint the 3 Froggies Sportsman's Warehouse, 2 Sportsman's Warehouse as new license selling applications, and the 4th one, Mountain Man, as a transfer of ownership.
Correct.
Correct? And that second was by Commissioner Price. Sherry, are you good with that? Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Jean. You're on.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint for the next presentation, agenda item number 13, which is Chapter 44, the regulation governing issuance of licenses. This regulation, as you know, you normally see the department proposals for modifications to this regulation 2 times a year. Usually in July, for any legislative changes that do become effective upon signature of the governor immediately, and then those items that become effective in January of each year for the next calendar season for our hunting opportunities and fishing opportunities. We always try to encourage the legislature to always make laws effective beginning January during a hunting season. but sometimes things come up that have to be effective immediately upon signature of the governor. This past session, we had no such bills that were enacted that were effective immediately. So we have just one for January 1st of this next year coming up in 2017. Anytime we take a regulation out to the commission, it also gives us an opportunity to review the regulation to see if there's any other changes that the department might like to make in terms of managing how licenses are issued or any other issues that might be need to be addressed. And the next slide shows you that this past session we had many bills that were presented regarding licensing, and only one of those bills actually made it through the entire process and was enacted and signed into law. And that was Senate File number 90, which was the lifetime game, bird, fish, and small game license for our Purple Heart recipients. And Senator Cooper, who's here in the audience today, was the sponsor of that bill. Other changes that we'd like to propose to the commission today, which I'll go through in more detail, are the some definition changes, enacting some requirements for the issuance of the hunting season extension permits, donation of licenses. There's a few changes that we need to make it in that program, as well as the reservation of licenses. Our Sandhill crane permit in terms of party applications, and then we also like to make some changes on how we establish an application period for the acceptance of our draw applications. So I'll just walk through each of those sections with you and hopefully explain to you the specific changes being requested today for your action. The first section is in donations on completed application. You can see that we have very clear direction in terms of what information is required from an applicant to submit to the department for a license to be issued, and also the process and how those applications are submitted. The one particular aspect that we have failed to include in what constitutes a completed application is that it has to be submitted within the proper time period. So that was just, again, something that we felt should be added to the definition of a completed application. The second definition is something that Jennifer Charlie, who manages a lot of our donated license programs and our special permits, a lot of those specific licenses refer to a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing hunting opportunities for individuals. And in that requirement, it specifically identifies in regulation what constitutes that type of an organization. And you'll see that in the prior definition, those organizations were required to be registered with the Wyoming Secretary of State. And we have several of those organizations that are outside of Wyoming that do provide opportunities for hunters, such as Outdoor Dream Foundation out of South Carolina, Catch a Dream Foundation in Mississippi, Hunt of a Lifetime in Colorado, Outdoor Ventures, which is out of Wisconsin. So we wanted to strike the requirement that they're not required to register with the Secretary of State to continue those opportunities for individuals. The next section of the definitions is the party applications. You may recall that at a previous commission meeting in the early migratory bird regulations, you established a new quota that was effective this year for Sandhill crane permits. In the past, there was no split in the quota on when those draws were conducted. It was available to everyone alike, whether they're resident or non-resident, and they could apply together in parties. And what happened was when the commission authorized the split in the quota, then we can no longer have residents and non-residents being combined in a party because you can't allocate the quota on a basis when you have combined applicants in the same party. So we needed to strike from the party definition that Sandhill crane applicants cannot have resident and non-residents in the same party to properly allocate licenses based on quotas. The definition for grizzly bear, just adding some language to be very specific that the hunting season that's in reference is the grizzly bear hunting season. The next section is Section 5, license issuance. And again, just adding some clarifying language in regulation referring to the specific statute that governs trapping of fur bear animals. So just adding that specific statutory reference to the regulation. In Section 6, this is the new provision that we need to add for the commission action that was taken at the previous commission meeting to establish a new permit called Hunting Season Extension Permit. And as you know, that regulation becomes effective this January, January 1st of 2017. And so in all of our licensing regulations, we need to identify how permits are issued, what are the qualifications, where are they issued at, and what's that process. So we added a new section for this specific permit stating that it's only available at department offices and at either whether that's in the headquarters or at any of our regional offices. And the reason that it's only offered at those selling locations is because there's documentary evidence that's required to be submitted to illustrate that the person qualifies for that license. So we don't want to ask our license vendors to handle any kind of applications where there's any kind of supplemental documentation required for license issuance. Section 13, the commissioner complimentary licenses for life-threatening illnesses. Just an oversight, we noticed that there was not any specific language that illustrates that the antelope licenses mentioned were limited quota antelope licenses. So again, just adding some clarifying language that was missed in a previous version of the regulation. And in section 14, this is the new section regarding the addition of the Purple Heart medal recipients. And so in regulation, it's specific then on all the provisions and what we need to promulgate for rules on how these permits, licenses will be issued to those qualified individuals. So it states that effective January of 2017, a combined game, bird, fish, and small game license will be made available to residents of the state who qualify as a United States military Purple Heart medal recipient. And it illustrates that those licenses are again only offered at department offices because of the requirements to prove the acceptance or the that you actually have a Purple Heart medal award winner. And in the legislative session, Chief Nesvik and I both testified on this particular proposed bill, and at the time it was estimated there was probably about 640 some residents that may qualify for this license. So we'll be beginning to issue those permits this next January. The next section is on the donated license program. And as you are probably also aware, in the last couple of years, this has been a very successful program and very well received by the public. And in the 2015 legislative session, there was a change to this law which expanded the individuals that qualify for receiving these donated licenses. Initially, for the last few years, it has been specifically just disabled veterans that were able to receive a donated license. And last year, in 2015, it was expanded to also be made available to individuals who are disabled who use wheelchairs. And if you recall, I gave a presentation at a previous commission meeting on the whole donated license program. And the way that the process works is that any person can donate their license back to the department for reissuance to a person who qualifies. When that license is donated, the person identifies if they want it to be reissued to a disabled veteran or to a person in a wheelchair. They make that designation. And then we post on our website all those licenses that are made available. And an organization then has to submit an application to the department to receive those licenses. And then they provide then to the department the actual individual personal data so the license can be reissued. What we've experienced in the past, this past year, is that there's been some licenses that have been donated to the department and accepted by an organization and then not reissued to a person. And so to address that problem, we've added a clause in the regulation that says if an organization has been designated to receive a license, they are required to provide that information within 15 days to the department so the license can be issued. If that doesn't occur, we'll put the license back out for any other organization to pick up that license. So that's the specific language and the purpose of why it was added to the regulation. The donated license program also, we've identified that instead of identifying the earliest opening date of a season, which can sometimes be confusing to the public on when I can donate my license, we've identified that the donation of a license must occur by September 1 of the year the license is valid. So it's really clear to the public that that's the deadline if you want to donate your license for someone to be reissued. It also provides the opportunity for all the organizations to know what's available. It's all available at the same time. And then the other provision in paragraph B is that we deal with obviously the same organizations year after year that receive these licenses, and we want to make it required in our regulation that even though they're a continued customer of ours, they are required to provide on an annual basis their required documentation that they qualify for those licenses, and they can't just say, well, you have information on file, and we want to have that information every year to make sure that the mission of the organization hasn't changed, and they're certifying each year that they are qualified for those licenses. And this section 18 is dealing with party applications. As I mentioned earlier, we're striking out of this particular section of the regulation that sandhill crane permits are not eligible for party applications for residents and non-residents. Am I going too fast?
No, I'm not.
All right,
Section. Thanks, it's good.
Section 20, application dates. What we've done in this section is that in all of the regulation, it has a specific date that an application period opens for the submission of limited quota applications. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're providing the best customer service possible with the department in terms of our IT technology staff, our license section staff, and our telephone information center. We want to make sure that we're available to help the public on the application periods. So what we've done is we've requested that instead of having a specific date as a beginning date for each application period, we're identifying that the application period opens on the first business day of the month in which we designate the application period. So as an example, on the next, if you want to flip just to the next chart for a second, you'll see that as an example, the antelope, deer, and elk and wild turkey application period, the opening date was January the 1st. Well, as you know, that's a day that's always closed for business. And so on all of our applications, instead of, again, having a specific date, we're just saying January or July or August or whatever month that particular application starts. And it's going to be that day, that the first day of the month we're open for business at 8 a.m. Okay. We are changing one specific application period in the regulation that's before you for your consideration, and that is the Glendo and Springer permits. Currently, the application period starts the middle of August, and we're moving that up until the beginning of July. And the reason for that is because you approved the commission regulations for all of our hunting seasons in March. So we know in plenty of time what that information is, and there's really no reason to delay customers to not be able to apply when other applications also open in July, like trapping and those other types of things. All of our sandhill cranes, so all of the fall applications will open on July at the same time. The next section is on reservation of licenses, and you'll see there's significant changes in this section of the regulation. And the first section on paragraph A, this is dealing with when a license is being reserved due to a natural disaster. And in this particular situation, we don't know when that disaster may occur, and so the license has to be turned in to the department before the earliest opening date of the season, which includes archery hunting. So if something were to occur and a hunting season would be closed for public hunting, then the license would be required to be returned in before any season opened for that license. And that is a different requirement for other provisions for a reservation of a license. So this is specifically for natural disaster. The next section is regarding reservation of licenses for any kind of incapacitating illness or injury. And as you know, in the last 2015 legislative session, there was a bill that was passed that expanded the opportunity for an individual to reserve or carry over their license to the next hunting season. And for years, the carryover was only afforded for a moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat license. And in this 15 session, it expanded that to limited quota, full price elk, deer, and antelope licenses. And so this is the first year that individuals have had that option to either reserve the license for next hunting season or get a refund if they qualify for a medical issue or disability. And so we had in the past made changes to the regulation to address that. And starting this year with kind of taking those applications and that consideration, we want to make some changes to the regulation to indicate that the person is required to actually submit a specific form to the department and specific forms for the physician's certification they qualify for that carryover. So this section, everything is being stricken from this section, and it specifically states that the person is required to complete the license reservation request form to the department. And that license request form has specific dates on the application form as to when those requests must be received by the department. And I did bring a sample of those forms I'll leave with you before you leave today so you can see what the form looks like and what those dates are. But as an example, elk, it's August the 15th. Deer, it's September the 1st. Antelope, it's August the 15th. Moose is the 1st of September. Sheep is August 1, and goat is August 1. So if someone has a medical issue, they have to have submitted their license to the department by that date to reserve it for next hunting season. If they've missed that time frame because their issue was after that, they qualify for a refund but not a carryover to the next hunting season.
So Jean, on that, when they complete that form, because you're saying here just the reservation request form.
Yes.
Plus the unused and unaltered license
Correct.
and coupons. When they request that form, does it require a physician certification?
President Little, it does, and that's the next section.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. That's a great lead into the next part of this. So what really happens is a person has an issue, and they have had this medical issue prior to this particular time frame. They're required by regulation to turn their license into us along with their application form by these dates. They're not required to turn in the physician's information at the same time, because as you know, people get injured and then they need the time to work with their doctor to work through these situations, and it may not all happen within the time frame required. And so what we've done in the next section is that they're required to submit the physician's form along with his supporting documentation, whether that's a prescription, slip, or a letterhead, and that has to come into the department within 30 days of us receiving his request to carry over his license.
So then what are you doing? Are you waiting until that is received?
Yes.
Before any refund is made?
Yes. They make a choice when they have a medical issue. They make a decision if I want to have my license reissued next year or get a refund. If they choose to have the license reissued next year, they have to meet those specific time frames to turn the license in. If they've missed those time frames, they have no choice but to ask for a refund.
And so in other words, barring what choice they personally make or fall into depending on meeting of the deadlines, you still would never send anything back until a refund or the ability for a license next year until after everything is in.
President Little, that's exactly correct. And this, again, is our first year of actually implementing this provision that was authorized by the legislature in 2015. So right now, we've already met all of these dates that were identified. So those individuals have 30 days to get their certification from their doctor. If that doesn't occur, then they are not going to be authorized to get a license next year. And they would still have an opportunity, we would work with them to say, well, you're still eligible for a refund, because the refund paperwork is not due until December 31st at the end of the season.
Okay.
Okay?
I see. Thank you.
And so this year, I just I just ran a really quick check, and we've already received 13 requests this year for a medical carryover, and the hunting seasons are just getting underway. So I have a feeling it's going to be a large request for that. And we do, each year, we get about an average of 563 review board cases every year. And of those, about 60% of those are medical issues. So, okay. The next section then deals with the reservation of a license, and this is on a natural disaster or disabling, This is referring to a military request for a carryover because the military person has been assigned to duty outside of their home duty station. And so on that, this is just identifying that that's another provision to carry over license and what the documentation is required for that request. And that is a copy of the military orders. And then the last section this also states that in no case will we ever reserve a license if we don't have the unissued or unaltered license intact and turned in by the dates required. And the last section is also identifying that we thought this was important to add in because, again, being a new provision, if you do have a license that you reserve to the next hunting season, as you know through regulation in Chapter 2, you identify the number of licenses a person can have in any hunting season, and this identifies that if you carry your license over to the next hunting season, that license counts in your next year's number of licenses authorized for a year. And a new provision we added to Section 23 is regarding applicant disqualifications. We're putting in a new language that identifies that any applicant who attempts to manipulate or circumvent our department licensing security provisions, those are, and in terms of modifying an application or submitting applications more than you're allowed to submit, if those types of situations occur, all of those applicants would be disqualified from participating in our drawings. So if that were to occur, that's how we would handle that situation. And as Chief Coffrin mentioned, the public meetings that were conducted recently was for also Chapter 44 in addition to Chapter 23 that he presented. And those are the meetings that were conducted across the state and the number that were in attendance. And as he indicated in his regulation as well as mine, there were no public comments received at all, either online or through written comment. No public comments. So that is the proposed changes to Chapter 44, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding these changes.
Commissioners?
Can you do that again? We'll start over.
Sure.
Gene, I really appreciate that you go through and give us what I would call the history of why the suggested change is there. I mean, I think, to me, that's kind of really, it isn't just slapping it in there, we're making these changes. Mm-hmm. I really appreciate that you take that time.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Price.
Just, Section 26, you hit 23, did you hit 26 there?
Did I miss one?
I didn't think so.
You said 26?
I think you're on a different program.
Yeah, there isn't a 26.
I don't know where you're at.
No, I've been reading.
You've been reading something, but it hasn't been answered.
Just a second, let me get...
I've been reading something.
Hold on.
I have just a Section 23.
President Little, Commissioner Price, Section 26 in the regulation, there is a 26. It's on page 4437. It deals with alteration or transfer of licenses, permits, stamps, tags, and but I don't have any changes identified for that section.
Okay.
Other questions?
I would move we approve Chapter 44 regulation changes.
I'll second that.
Okay, Sherry, we have a motion by Commissioner Crank to approve the changes as proposed to Chapter 44, and a second by Commissioner Price. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Sherry, you're good? Okay, Jean, thank you.
Thank you.
That blue sheet was for this agenda.
Oh, it is for this. Was it for the one we just finished?
It was, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's all right. I'll always stop with Jean when she's free.
Well, you can certainly comment in front of us.
Well,
Are we too late?
well, yeah, you approved it, I guess.
Well, I know, but if you just,
We'll open it back up. I guess the question that I had.
we've got people on the
I'm sorry,
phone, so.
we mentioned how if you miss the deadline, and the only option you have is a refund, will people that have expended their preference points have their preference points restored in addition to getting a refund? That's something that I didn't hear addressed, and
That's a good
I think
question.
that might be something we need to address.
That's a good question. Good question.
President Little, members of the commission, that's an excellent question. As I've indicated, this is the first year that we're implementing this entire change of carryover of licenses from one year to the next. And we have had several questions ourselves internally. How do we handle these types of situations? And so the question regarding a medical refund, if an individual does qualify for a medical refund, we will actually refund the dollars to the applicant with the license fee and put them as though they never drew the license. And so they will have all of their points restored, and we will offer them the opportunity to buy a preference point for the current year, even if the application period for that preference point has closed. We will send them a letter and request them and encourage them to buy a point for that current season. I hope that answers the question that was posed.
I think it does. Thanks. Bob, my apologies. I didn't notice that you had Chapter 44 on there, and it was quick. Sherry, would you make sure that that question of Mr. Wharf's and Jean's comments are in the minutes? Super. Thank you very much.
President Little, members of the commission, and Director Talbot. The next commission agenda item is number 14, which is proposed changes to commission policy regarding vehicle use, maintenance, purchase, identification, disposal, and records. And in this particular presentation to the commission, the department, working with staff and the fiscal division, has several proposed changes they would like to for your consideration today to change the commission policy on vehicle management. And I would like to walk through what those specific changes are.
Please.
And hopefully answer questions that you may have regarding those. So the regulation does identify the purpose of the regulation, the use of vehicles, how vehicles are maintained, how we purchase those vehicles, once they're purchased, how they're identified in the field, and then also once they have gone through their useful life, how we dispose of those vehicles, and the records that are maintained. And those are the specific sections of this commission policy. So the first section is the purpose of this policy. And the purpose of the policy is that to identify that the department is required to maintain a statewide fleet of motor vehicles, and that those vehicles are used for official use only, And this policy and the whole use of those vehicles and the maintenance and purchase, as I've indicated, is covered by this policy of the commission. So the commission is outlining how we implement our fleet of motor vehicles that's maintained by the department. So in the first section, the use of vehicles, we want to make it really understood in commission policy that there are some overriding authoritative policies that we all follow as State of Wyoming agencies and employees. And the first one is the State of Wyoming Personnel Rules, Chapter 1, Section 18. And that policy basically says that vehicles are used for official use only. The second policy is the Department of Administration and Information. They identify a vehicle use policy and procedures for all state government and all state employees. And we obviously follow those rules and policies as well. However, within those policies, there are some specific language that we, as a Game and Fish Department, have a memorandum of understanding with the department, because we have specific requirements on how we use our vehicles that is not consistent across all state government. For example, we have volunteers that drive our department vehicles. We have passengers in our vehicles. We have our wardens and law enforcement officers need to use firearms, and also we allow pets in our vehicles. So those exemptions to all other rules by state government are identified in a memorandum of understanding. So those three documents are incorporated into your commission policy on how vehicles are used. The first section within the use of vehicles in the current commission policy, you can see that it's being entirely stricken from commission policy. And if you start to look through, well, what is the language and what's being taken out, you can see that it's really identifying a department employee, what are the kind of requirements I need to follow on how I use my vehicle, and who I working cooperatively with other department employees to borrow vehicles, how vehicles are repaired, and maintaining vehicles, and all of that information we pulled out of the commission policy, and we developed an internal policy or procedure that all staff members worked on, which we've entitled fiscal divisions, vehicle responsibilities. And we've identified in a document all the requirements that any employee that is responsible for a vehicle, all the rules they would follow on guidelines on using their vehicle. And all of this language you see stricken from commission policy has been incorporated into that internal document for all department employees to follow for guidelines on how to use vehicles.
I have a question, just out of curiosity. Okay. So, I'm sorry, Charles, I was speaking. Can I have female and presidential privy? Okay, and then I'll get you. Okay, so just out of curiosity, were we finding that the YDOT fueling stations were more expensive than some of the gas stations?
President Little, yes, we were. And so instead of requiring that all department employees use the YDOT facilities, we were keeping an eye on what are the costs of those refueling stations versus going to other opportunities. And so through email correspondence, we'll inform department employees what's the best use of gas stations and fueling stations.
Wow, that's great. Commissioner Price?
I have a question here. Basically, I'll start here at page 104. You delete that first section, and then you go to 1. As you read down through there, you delete another section, 3, 4, and then you pick up on 5, 6 on the numbering. What I said.
President Little, Commissioner Price, just let me get caught up with you on. I was looking at my PowerPoint, so let me go back to the actual copy of the regulation you have in front of you. And so what your comment, Commissioner Price, is that we're striking paragraph 1, and we renumbered the next paragraph to be number 1 on page 1 of 4.
1-4.
And then it continues on, and then it goes to number 3. And so there's
So are we missing 2, I think, is his comment.
Oh, the 3's deleted, though.
It is. 3 is deleted and 4 is deleted, as well as 5 and 6. And you're correct in that the track changes doesn't properly have the numberings correct.
Okay.
And when we do the accept changes and actually publish this policy in our department materials, we will certainly make sure that the numbering is correct.
Okay, so you're going to get a rerun at that there.
Yes, and in fact, I did bring a copy today of what this actually looks like with the track changes accepted, because it is really confusing to look at a document with all of the strike-through, and I do have it if you'd like to have that to look at.
So I was reading down through, and then I began to get that and wondered where I missed 2, 3, and 4
I understand.
on it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, moving along then to the next slide. This particular language on the next section refers specifically to commuting with department vehicles. And in this, you'll see that we have made some changes in the commission policy, and this is really to expand, again, more flexibility for the department on identifying who's authorized to use their vehicle for commuting. So the policy states that there's no commuting authorized in department vehicles except for the items listed on these bullets. The first exception hasn't changed. The director is authorized to commute. The second bullet just identifies we're talking about law enforcement commission officers. The third bullet indicates that we're expanding the opportunity within a regional office on having more employees available, if necessary, in a region to respond to emergency wildlife situations and use their vehicle for that purpose. And so currently the policy says that one regional employee can be designated to respond to wildlife situations, and the policy is striking the one, so it's made available to all regional office employees that could have the opportunity to respond to wildlife emergency situations, and that person selected or persons selected must be approved by the appropriate regional supervisor within that region. And we did have some questions when I did call some commissioners prior to the commission meeting, and there was a misunderstanding, and on my part as well, of what regional office employee means. And what that means is that a person who is stationed at a regional office is what that regional office employee means. So the department can authorize an employee who works in a regional office as their workstation to commute in a vehicle if it's for the purpose of responding to emergency wildlife situations. And it's also in this policy, you'll notice that in the past it identified just Jackson, Pinedale, and Sheridan as offices that would require employees to respond to emergency situations. That's been expanded to include Cody and Lander in that as well. In addition, it's identifying that the number of employees who can commute to for this purpose is required to be approved by the supervisor of the region, the large carnivore section supervisor, and the wildlife division chief. And that's not just that they can commute, but how long that requirement would be in place. So that's expanding, again, the flexibility for the department to have more than one person in a region and have other regions where those types of emergency situations and conflict occur, where there's a need for more than one employee. And the last bullet is regarding the Cheyenne office employees. We get phone calls in our telephone information center and have to respond to situations like that. And so the approval is from the wildlife division chief, and we've just stricken that it's across division lines. It's identifying it's a Cheyenne office employee. Commissioner Culver, did that kind of clarify that your question on that particular provision of the policy?
I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. The next section is use of vehicles, and again, it's identifying that it's employees that are approved by the appropriate supervisor, as I mentioned, and that commuting can only be if it's 15 miles is the radius that they have to be from their duty station to be afforded that opportunity. So there's a limit to the number of miles for that commuting. And the next whole section of the use of vehicles in the current policy, this language is being stricken from the policy because it's primarily covered in current state law. So there's not a reason to identify these requirements in commission policy because there are state statutes that say, you know, you have to wear your seatbelt and you have to have a commercial driver's license and those other types of things. So that's the reason why those are being removed from the policy. The next section deals with vehicle maintenance. And the first part of the current policy states that each division administration is responsible for overseeing vehicle maintenance within their division. And so we felt like it wasn't really necessary to single out the Deputy Director of Internal Operations because that division can identify who within their administration has that responsibility. And then again, the last paragraph on the Department 4x4 trucks on what is included in those vehicles. Again, that should be something that's included in internal rules and guidelines, and it's incorporated into our budgeting process. So that's been removed from the commission policy. The next section deals with vehicle purchases, and this particular section, we haven't really changed the intent of what this says. It's just, again, removing some language and putting that in a different section. So you'll see that the first part of this policy, it basically states again that vehicles purchased by the department shall be green in color, except unmarked vehicles are not required to be green in color, and that any other vehicle has to be approved by the director's office that is not green in color. And the second part of the paragraph dealing with the decals or shields that are on department vehicles, that's being removed from this section on vehicle purchases, and we created a whole new section that you'll see in the next slide on vehicle identification. So it's not being removed from policy, just being put in its own section of policy. And the last paragraph deals with vehicle selection criteria. And again, we're not changing what is the current commission policy on how to identify what vehicle a person is using for their purposes, for their position and their duty responsibilities. We're just removing it from policy and putting it into a fiscal document entitled Vehicle Replacement, Selection, and Disposal. So all of the requirements are the same, just being put into an internal working document. And the staff's recommendation on removing that from policy is that if it's in an internal working document, then the director's office and the chief fiscal officer, with their work with the budget team from year to year on an annual basis, they can work on identifying if there's any requirements or changes that are needed in terms of those qualifications on what vehicles are to be replaced and how those are used in your particular duty function. The second, next slide is vehicle identification. So again, this is a whole new section replacing information that was in a previous section of purchases and adding a lot more detail to this provision. So what this is saying is that for all department vehicles, if that vehicle is used out in the field for field operations, it must have the standard size department shield on the door panels of the vehicle. If the vehicle is not used in field operations, then the division administration can determine if a small reduced size decal is another option that that particular vehicle could have, or no decal at all. And so as an example, like in the fiscal division, we currently have a green Camry, and in the future, when we purchase a new vehicle, when ours comes up for replacement, we'll most likely get a white vehicle because it's going to be cheaper than the green vehicle. And our vehicle is for administrative purposes, so we are not required by this policy to have a department shield on the side of the vehicle. Okay. And then vehicle disposal. This section, again, we're removing all of the language out of this section and putting it into our internal document entitled Vehicle Replacement Selection and Disposal. And so, again, where we identify how many miles a vehicle must have before it's eligible for replacement has not changed. It's just internally within our own document so that we can have opportunities on an annual basis working with the director and the budget team to identify are there changes needed in that to use vehicles for a longer period of time or whatever that might be or might look like in terms of our budget requirements. And vehicle maintenance and records, the next section, it's all being stricken and it's all incorporated into the vehicle replacement selection and disposal section. I think I repeated, and I believe that's all of the language that has been modified for the policy. And I just wanted to point out that the two attachments in the current policy, which are the selection criteria and the replacement criteria, are being removed from the policy and incorporated into that internal document. So I would like to answer any questions you may have regarding these proposed changes that we're asking the commission to approve.
Commissioners? Commissioner Price.
I won't recite all this, but I make the motion that we approve the presentation of Gene regarding vehicle use and within the commission.
Okay, so Sherry, the motion has been made by Commissioner Price to approve the suggested changes by the department to policy number Roman numeral 5B. A second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Thank you, Jean. Really appreciate all of your detail.
Thank you. And I do, as I mentioned, I have these handouts if you want to take with you on the reservation of licenses. And then I did provide copies for you of what our internal documents are regarding vehicle policies and procedures, if you'd like to have those documents.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. President?
Do we need to? Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So, and let's try to adhere to it this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners. So that would be...
Deputy Director Kennedy.
That would be 2:40 we would return.
Gary, do you want to sign break?
The state record cutthroat in Wyoming is a 15-pound, 32-inch giant caught back in 1959 out of Native Lake in Sublette County. And who knows if that record will ever be broken, but if it is, there's a chance that fish got its start here at the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Auburn Hatchery. Home to the state's Snake River cutthroat broodstock, hatchery personnel are nearing the end of their annual spawning efforts, hoping to collect up to 1.2 million eggs for incubation. Here's an interesting wrinkle, though. Auburn Fish Hatchery Superintendent Ed Berry says more than half those eggs will never be stocked in Wyoming, for a good reason.
More than half of the eggs that we produce are shipped to out-of-state sources and used in trades for warm and cool water fishes back east. So the things that we can't produce in Wyoming, we use the eggs and trade for those. So the Snake River cutthroat, in addition to just being the native cutthroat for this drainage, is also an important trade commodity.
In return, Wyoming receives other fish popular with anglers: walleye, catfish, bass, pike, and crappie. But there's still plenty to go around. The Auburn Hatchery takes a portion of the Snake River cutthroat eggs to be raised and stocked locally. The rest are incubated, hatched, and sent to other department facilities to be raised and stocked. Snake River cutthroat spawning begins in April and continues into June. Here's another interesting fact. The Auburn Fish Hatchery is actually located in Idaho. So how did that happen?
Water. That's why any hatchery is where it is, and the water source is the most important part of any hatchery. And when they were looking for a place to have a hatchery in extreme western Wyoming, they knew of this source back in the 40s, and so from my understanding, we had an agreement with Idaho where we could run the facility as long as we supplied some of the fish for Idaho.
Auburn Hatchery is also the main source of kokanee salmon in Wyoming, receiving over 1.5 million eggs from other department facilities for hatching to then be sent to other facilities, while keeping over 600,000 eggs to raise and stock in places ranging from Flaming Gorge Reservoir near Green River to Rob Roy Reservoir in the Snowy Range. Now, for those working on their cut slam, Snake River Cutthroat's native range is the Snake River proper, which makes pursuing these fish a scenic experience as well. Once spring runoff concludes, make a plan and take a weekend trip to the western side of Wyoming. One of these would sure look good in your fishing net. This is Ray Hageman with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. It's a success story on two fronts. A once struggling herd of bighorn sheep now produces enough sheep for transplant elsewhere in Wyoming. Last month, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department captured 24 bighorn sheep in the Devil's Canyon area near Lovell and released them about 250 miles away in the Ferris Mountains of central Wyoming. In 2004, the Devil's Canyon herd was lagging, prompting the department to transplant bighorns from Oregon and Montana in an effort to jumpstart the herd, but also one day create a source herd to jumpstart other sheep herds in Wyoming. Those efforts are paying off. The current population objective for the Devil's Canyon herd is 175 animals, and a recent estimate puts their numbers right at that level. Grable game and fish biologist Leslie Schreiber.
Our original idea for this herd when we created the Devil's Canyon herd was to have it as a source stock for transplants to other parts of Wyoming. So this herd is adapted to low elevation kind of canyon areas. So we're using it as a source to stock these sheep into other similar type habitats in Wyoming.
It's done so well, Game and Fish will be offering 6 bighorn sheep hunting licenses for Hunt Area 12, which means one will be offered via random draw. After capture, the sheep were fitted with radio collars, tested for potential bacterial respiratory pathogens and other infections, and if the ewes were pregnant. Then a trailer ride to the Ferris Mountains near Rollins, where ongoing efforts in that region to boost the herd have shown positive signs as well. Sinclair wildlife biologist Greg Hyatt says this is the 4th such release in the region and, like the Devil's Canyon project, is an effort to expand the Ferris Seminole bighorn sheep herd.
I think the first one was in December of '09, and now we figure the herds on the Seminole side's up between probably 100 to 110 sheep. So that part of the herd's been growing well, and now we decided it's time to start expanding it over onto the west side of the herd unit into the Ferris Mountains.
These projects aren't cheap, and licensed dollars from sportsmen are a big reason they happen. The goal is to have around 150 sheep each in the Seminole and Ferris Mountain ranges. They'll get a good start. Each of the ewes transplanted turned out to be pregnant, and habitat in the region has been improved thanks to some prescribed burns and recent good moisture years. Right now, only one license a year is allocated in this area, Hunt Area 17, but the hope is to get license numbers back to the 4 to 8 licenses seen in the 1980s. This is Ray Hageman with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. One of the more popular trout streams in Wyoming, actually the U.S., is Flat Creek, which sits on the National Elk Refuge just outside of Jackson. Trophy Snake River Cutthroat are the angler's target, so to make sure habitat stays intact and productive for these fish, Flat Creek is getting a new look, so to speak. This stretch of Flat Creek moves irrigation water from the Grovant River through the Elk Refuge to points downstream. Back in the 1970s and 80s, large amounts of fine sediment were deposited in this stretch, causing stream banks to erode and move about, affecting the quality of spawning areas and other fish habitat. Habitat structures were installed in the 1980s to create additional hiding cover for trout, but those structures need replacing. Ryan Collier is with Biota Research and Consulting in Jackson.
The structures that were installed in the early 80s, They weren't allowing the stream to heal itself naturally, and you would expect it to heal itself naturally, but it could take hundreds of years, especially with the altered flow regime and fine sediment inputs that are put in from the Gros Ventre River. So removing those old structures and then encouraging the stream along the right path so that it can then support, sustain, and heal itself in the long term is really the objective out here.
The Flat Creek Enhancement Project will treat a total of 3.5 miles of prime stream access for anglers. The final product will offer more meanders, undercut banks, and deep pools to hold more of the hefty trout Flat Creek is famous for. Wyoming Game and Fish Department aquatic habitat biologist Anna Senecal in Jackson says Game and Fish was in a good position to serve as a relationship builder between interests that all have the same goal, to maximize this fishery's potential.
Flat Creek is an amazing public fishery. There are very few places close to Jackson where we have this much latitude to work with a stream that still has control of its floodplain, that can still move, and that's open and accessible to the public. This is a resource that is paramount for not only the cutthroat fishery and spawning habitat, but also for accessibility, for people being able to experience that resource and to catch a native cutthroat trout in the Snake River drainage.
Flat Creek is only open to anglers from August 1st through October 30th, but anglers across the U.S. see it as a destination spot for their pastime. The project is a partnership between Jackson Hole Trout Unlimited, Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Snake River Fund, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Patagonia, Teton Conservation District, Teton County Weed and Pest, and the National Elk Refuge. This is Ray Hageman with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Getting a good count on wildlife numbers is critical to manage wildlife in Wyoming. The use of infrared technology on a segment of the Jackson elk herd along the Snake River corridor between Teton National Park and the town of Wilson is making that point dramatically. In the 1970s and early 1980s, this area hadn't seen much development, which meant good hunting opportunities. But in the last 30 years, things have changed. Wyoming Game and Fish Department biologists have long believed this segment of elk was rapidly growing, in part due to limited hunting. But getting a solid count was tough. Homes and other developments limit access from the ground, and dense tree canopy deters low-level aerial surveys. So Game and Fish went high-tech. Jackson Game and Fish Wildlife Management Coordinator Doug Brimmeyer.
We designed a survey template for the area known as Hunteria 78 west of Jackson, and we conducted a survey, infrared survey of the elk population that resides in amongst the residential areas there and the golf course to determine what population is like.
Heat signatures from the elk enabled a lot more to be counted, and what biologists found confirmed their concerns about this segment of elk. It's reproducing at a rate nearly double that of other segments of the Jackson elk herd that are living on adjacent national park and forest lands.
And right now we're at a point, kind of a critical point with this population. They have between 50 and 60 calves per every 100 cows, compared to the elk that summer on the national forest, which have between 25 and 30 calves per 100. And so our concern is that this population over time will actually start to make up more of the agency's objective, and it has the potential to double in size every 5 years with limited hunting.
The overall population objective for the Jackson elk herd, that's set by the Game and Fish Commission, is 11,000 animals. Slower growth rates in other segments of the herd are keeping objective numbers steady for now.
If anybody wants to see a great golf match, go watch Commissioner Culver and Deputy Chief Smith play. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
There's got to be a story in that.
It just takes a long time to watch it, doesn't it?
I'm sworn to secrecy.
That's right.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to give the commission a update on CWD, basically what the department has done since passing the revised CWD plan back in April. Probably the first and foremost thing that we have done is we developed what we're calling the CWD Think Tank Committee, and that's made up of Dr. Mary Wood, who's our chair, Justin Binfit, Hank Edwards, Corey Klass, Brad Hovengay, Bart Kroger, Renee McKay, and myself. That's kind of a subgroup of our original CWD committee, and our goal of that committee is to implement the plan with our main focus on the development, implementation, and evaluation of management and research recommendations within Wyoming, as well as work collaboratively with other state and federal agency partners, increase our internal and external education efforts regarding CWD that will result in positive support for our management and research activities. This will be, as you've heard many times from Mary and Hank and myself, this is a long-term commitment on both a small and large-scale strategies, both in time and funding. We've met twice, once in person, once in a conference call, and some of the things you'll hear as I go through this are a result of those calls or meetings. We have another meeting we're trying to schedule for late this fall, early winter. It's just a tough time to get everybody together with our field activities with regards to hunting activities and then just CWD surveillance efforts and stuff. So some on the grounds activities that we've done upon getting the positive in Star Valley and in Cody, we activated a Chapter 56 lethal take permit for deer in both of those areas. It's not a good time to sample deer lethally just because the deer that we're after aren't there, especially in the Star Valley. And so our efforts on actually activating the permit have been limited, but in Cody, we've sampled 11 additional deer in deer area 113. So far, no additional CWD positives. Our folks are working with the City of Cody. The City of Cody is considering very seriously a deer reduction program within the city limits to address deer numbers, which obviously has a damage nuisance component as well, will be a benefit to CWD management. In the Star Valley in Jackson, we've been able to sample 10 deer, 8 elk, and 3 moose. That's through our department efforts, as well as working with Grand Teton National Park. They've collected some roadkill elk for us. And again, no additional CWD positive deer, elk, or moose have been found in those efforts. I got to give credit to the Star Valley. That was a surprise to us, and I got to give credit to Brad Hovengay and Jordan Winter. Jordan was the game warden, what we call the game warden trainee down there in Alpine, and we got this positive. Brad and his team took that very seriously, and Jordan, the Alpine game warden, primary duty was to contact, visit, and work with local landowners and homeowners to inform and educate on CWD in that Star Valley area and the importance of the need for the department to collect samples and reduce feeding of wintering deer, elk, and moose. He also took the initiative to coordinate with WYDOT so we could collect any samples from any roadkill deer, elk, or moose before they took them to the landfill. And then Jordan, just on a lot of his spare time, he just would drive around looking for sick deer that we could take under the Chapter 56 permit and get additional samples that way. Again, it's just a tough time of the year down there to collect deer because the deer are migratory. There are some resident deer there, but obviously a lot of them are on private property, and there's quite a difference of opinions on deer feeding, no deer feeding, urban deer, no urban deer, and then private property getting permission to collect some of those deer. Brad, do you have anything to add? That pretty much cover what you guys did in a nutshell? Okay. Again, for 2016, we're going to do statewide CWD surveillance. We are really going to step it up. We've given very explicit direction to our field personnel. We're going to hire 5 AWAC CWD techs for 9 months total. Lander will have 1 tech for 2 months. Cody will have 2 techs for 2 months. Green River will have 1 tech for 2 months. And those folks will collect samples and focus their activity on the leading edge of CWD in those regions. Additionally, in Green River, we're going to try to maximize our sample collection in deer area 131. That's that deer area where those deer migrate from 131 to the whole back and back again. We don't have a solution on what we're going to do there, but those deer densities are very low and the harvest is very low, and so collecting samples from hunter harvest is going to be difficult, but we're going to do a big I&E education effort here in the next week or so to get that out both statewide and regionally that go around that deer area. Commissioner Price.
Commissioner Price, yeah.
Collecting samples there, what about highway kill in that area?
That's something that we expect our people to do regardless of any time in those areas that they can get their hands on any dead deer. They will do that, and so they should be doing that right now.
Well, there may not be many down there, you know, on the south end. They'll be coming down pretty quick. And,
That's a great point. You know, part of the plan is that we'll try to maximize our samples through hunter harvest, target surveillance, or load kill or other mortality. So those folks should be collecting those whenever they get a report of one or see one, or whatever way we can get one on. But we do want to get some hunter harvest, because that way there we can get a very specific location, and maybe even some of those deer that are tagged, and see where they've been and get an idea of maybe exactly where they're moving and if they are CWD positive or not.
okay, good. Thank you.
And then additionally, Casper will have one tech for 1 month, and they're going to work mainly on the core endemic area to keep our baseline data going, as well as we're going to try to do a concentrated effort up in the Black Hills. That's still kind of a void for CWD. We've had CWD there, but it's been very low prevalence, and now we have almost record, if not near record, deer numbers. And so we're going to do a huge effort in the Black Hills, and we're going to use CWD tech as well as our support from our vet services people. Annually, we get funding from the National Elk Refuge to provide 2 techs, CWD techs, to collect samples from elk harvested in the, traditionally it's just been on the refuge and the Grand Teton National Park. This year we've expanded that, those AWACs, to allow them to go collect samples anywhere within the Jackson herd unit. So that'll be up in the Gros-Ventre as well as north and south of Jackson. And so that'll give us additional coverage for those areas. As you know, with the refuge there and several state feed grounds, we really want to concentrate any surveillance efforts on and around feed grounds. And then something brand new that the think tank came up with, which I'm going to ask the commission for some additional funding to add onto the budget, is that with the emphasis on CWD and feed grounds, both from the public internally and in our plan, is that we're going to propose to the commission, I'm going to propose to the commission that we'd like to add funding in the amount of $129,471.60 to the budget to hire 2 basically CWD biologists for monitoring and surveilling CWD on elk feed grounds within the Jackson and Pinedale areas. These would be 6 months each. One would be stationed in Pinedale, one would be stationed in Jackson. In addition, we would also like to hire 1 4-month position to put another CWD lab tech at the lab in Laramie. As we increase CWD samples and they don't get any additional help, processing them becomes a very heavy workload, and we'd like to get those turned around in a timely manner. So if they feel if they can get a wildlife lab tech for 4 months, in addition to all the CWD techs we're hiring and the increase in samples, that would greatly help us get data, or get those samples tested and get results out faster and get a better idea of what's going on with CWD. Those 2 CWD feed ground tech or biologists, those are brand new, so we have to start from the bottom up with a vehicle. We're looking at getting a vehicle from Motor Pool versus buying a vehicle, but they will need a good heavy-duty snow machine, a sled to get elk carcasses out, some other equipment, salary, which includes insurance and all that other stuff that goes on with hiring an AWAC. So that's kind of the on-the-ground proposals that we're doing. Then I've got some other stuff here, but that's kind of on-the-ground, get your hands dirty type work that we've got proposed for this fall hunting season and into the winter. Are there any questions on that before I go into another part, more of the research and management side?
What was that amount? Could you repeat that?
$129,471.60. We could round it up to $130,000 if that makes it easier.
I mean, at the end of your presentation, you're going to be making that proposal?
Yes, correct.
And Meredith, do we have room for that?
We have an international.
Do. I wonder if you shouldn't sit. Here she comes. Thank you, Meredith.
President Little, that would, if you approved an increase of that 137 or 129,000, it would come directly out of our operating fund and be added to the top of our FY17 commission budget.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, Scott. Are there any questions to this point of Scott, Commissioner Price?
This is kind of a thought, and I don't know how, if you thought this or considered it, but, you know, in handling cattle, the sick ones and stuff, if you have cattle coming down out of the mountain, you're driving anywhere, on migrating, whatever you do, the sick ones come down last. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to figure in a way to sample more or heavily in that area, that type of a thing. You know, if they're sick, they're weak, they come down slow. And you kind of, I think the same thing applies in the wildlife in that.
Commissioner President Little, Commissioner Price, our goal with these, especially with these CWD biologists that were hired brand new, is that basically their goal is to do whatever they takes to monitor those elk on the feed ground when they get on their way there, when they get there, while they're there, and on their way back or out of there. And so this is a brand new position, brand new thought for us. We're probably going to have some growing pains to work through it, but that's exactly what we expect these people to do, and be on these feed grounds at least once a week, if not twice a week or 3 times a week, depending on conditions, and exactly do what you just mentioned.
You know, on the feed ground, for instance, the elk, ones that are more sicker would likely be hanging around later after the others are gone. So there's a chance that you might be able to bias your sampling to improve the probability that you do find those.
Correct. The idea is that they would remove those elk, get them out of there, physically get them out of there, and then we'd sample them, and then we dispose of them in a proper fashion to minimize the spread of CWD. That's one of the deals. If you can get an affected animal out of there before it can spend a lot of time and contaminate the environment, that will hopefully reduce the spread of CWD, and that's one of the goals that we hope to have with this position. Also, one of these positions, because the elk feeder has a job to do, and he usually has another job. Warden's a biologist, and our BFH crew, they've got other positions, and we just want these folks to concentrate on the feed grounds, because like I stated earlier, that's a very, very high-profile item with regards to CWD.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, Commissioner Anselmi.
So are you going to do this on the National Elk Refuge too, or just on all our feed grounds?
The 2 biologists that we're proposing will just be our state feed grounds, but the refuge has a full-time staff that all they do is the feed ground. So obviously we'll coordinate with them on this, and those people may go up there, but right now we're just looking at our 22 state elk feed grounds.
That's good, because I remember a few years ago we bought a tractor one time, and once you use it on the National Elk Refuge, then you couldn't take it anywhere else. That's what I was worried about. If you buy a snow machine, so if it's on our stuff, we're okay.
Yeah. Okay, more on the interagency communication cooperation side. As Director Talbot mentioned, he's now chair of the Wildlife Health Committee, and I know CWD is big on his radar screen. We're in the initial process of discussing a CWD international conference, now that CWD has kicked over into Europe, Norway, both in moose and reindeer. That's taken this to the next level, so we'd like to have possibly in 2018 an international conference on CWD with focus on research and applied management. We'll be working with our partners in Colorado on that, and probably several other agencies. With regards to additional interagency work, the tri-state meeting that I attended with Colorado and Utah, CWD was the first and probably the biggest topic. And those 3 states we've all agreed that we're going to get together and look at some management and research options that we can do. We're going to see if we can get South Dakota, Nebraska, possibly Idaho, and Montana involved, as well as our federal agencies, NGOs, and publics to implement kind of what's the word I'm looking for, a team of those groups to look at CWD from various aspects, because everybody will have a different view and maybe come up with stuff that we're not thinking of. Additionally, Dr. Wood is going to be meeting with Alberta, Montana, and Saskatchewan at the end of September on a very active meeting on looking at on-the-ground applied management and research. She'll be going there for 3 days to meet with them and see what everybody can do together to come up with some solutions on CWD management and research again. So not every entity is doing the same thing, but if we can work together as a team and everybody do something different, we can hopefully get more results and then learn from those versus everybody reinventing the wheel. The big thing that we felt we needed to do for anything to be successful out in the field is we need to get internal and external buy-in and support. All the other agencies that we've talked to that have dealt with CWD and going down the road that we're going on says without internal and external support, you'll go nowhere. We've seen that, on a lot of things. The wildlife is a public resource, so we need to get them behind us. So what we're looking at doing some support, buy-in work, involvement, developing a unified message and understanding of CWD, what we're thinking. We just completed, this morning, Rennie sent me the results, a significant internal survey. We surveyed the department, of which we had 256 employees respond to our internal survey, which in my career is probably one of the best survey results we've ever had on an internal survey regarding CWD. I haven't looked at the results to really give you an update, but we'll get those to the commission. Another thing that I think we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years, we've seen significant turnover in the department ranks, and a lot of these folks haven't been around when CWD was a big deal back in the 90s and early middle of 2000, so they probably don't have CWD on their radar screen or understand it. So Rennie and the think tank are going to develop an internal messaging of CWD, what we're after, what we're hoping to get out of it, and education efforts, increase our education efforts, both internally and externally, again, to gain that public support. Another thing we're going to start working on is working with the USGS on developing a statewide soil type map related to CWD prevalence. There's been some research that certain type of soils may hold or allow CWD to be transmitted at a faster rate, so we're going to take some GIS layers of soil types and then overlap that with our CWD prevalence rates or known areas and see if there's any correlation between soil type and higher density of CWD. We're going to finish up our elk genotyping for genotype baseline work for elk, and then we're going to start that for deer to see if there's any future genetic shift in deer as CWD sustains in those herds. And then Mary is working with the company out of Saskatchewan again, or the research company out of Saskatchewan right now. We put a grant in to continue another CWD vaccine research project. Our role in that would be is that we would acquire the elk and then we'd be responsible for the care and undertaking of those elk and sampling the elk. That would be about $120,000 out of the $500,000 grant. And we're just waiting to hear back on that grant. We've talked about internally some CWD on the ground management actions with regards to season structure and or targeted harvest removal on very specific locations. We're calling them hotspots or endemic areas, and then to see if we can actually do something with regards to if we target certain age or sex of animals, can we reduce CWD? Big thing that, as I've said several times, is that we're going to have to get internal buy-in, public buy-in, and we're going to have to work closely with the regional managers that are responsible for those herds if we want to be successful. That's going to be a long-term project. If this is something that we can't go in, do 1 or 2 years, we're talking 10, 15 years if we want to see if we're making any type of effect. And then finally, Mary and Hank have put together kind of a comprehensive research review of CWD, what other agencies are finding, or the researcher findings, what other recommendations, are they possible and practical for us to implement, and then determine what is missing or needed and where we put in our time, money, and efforts. And so that's kind of a synopsis of kind of what the think tank has done or on the ground actions for the 2016 hunting season. We're going to probably meet every couple months and continue down this road. And we know that the commission is taking this issue very, very seriously. The department is taking it very seriously. We're kind of in the initial baby steps, but as time goes, hopefully we'll come up with some more solutions or ideas or recommendations that we can address CWD.
Good job.
Madam President.
Commissioner Crank.
Scott, I think one thing that you undersold a little bit is, I think a significant component of your plan is a public education component. When you're talking about buy-in, I mean, I don't think the sportsmen of Wyoming truly understand what an incredible threat this is to our wildlife herds. And I think when I sat down and visited with you and Hank and Mary, I think as time goes forward, that's a significant component because, we're nothing without our sportsmen. They need to support our management efforts and understand the real threat this presents to all of our deer populations, moose, elk, and mule deer and white-tailed deer. So, is that right? Am I?
Mr. Craig, you're absolutely right. And I probably did undersell that, but our goal is to get internal buy-in, understanding, information, education, So when we go out to the public, it's a unified message, and the public understands what we're facing and how this could impact deer, elk, and moose population. So you're absolutely right, and I didn't mean to undersell that, but you are correct. That is a major component of the plan. It's also a major component of what we are planning on doing in the next 6 months or so, once we get through our internal process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Well, Scott, without making you repeat your proposal, what you're requesting of us today, aside from your update, which we do appreciate, and I think everybody'd like a, continued update as things happen, you're requesting of us, and my suggestion would be that since we're only talking about a difference of about $528, that we round this, my suggestion for someone making a motion would be that we round this proposal, should you so decide to do so, to $130,000, and for basically 3 employees and their equipment. So, do I hear a motion?
Also move.
I'll second it.
And that was by Commissioner Culver. Motion, and a second by Commissioner Price.
Discussion real quick.
Yeah. Yes.
These are AWAC positions, as I understand it. We're not adding permanent employees to the department.
Commissioner President Little, Commissioner Crank, that is correct. One will be 2 of them will be 5 to 6 months, depending when we get them hired, and the other will be 4 months lab tech, and then we'll reevaluate this for next year, but we would put that in the FY18 budget.
Okay.
Traditionally, these are in vet services, but those are cut, that budget got cut, so that's why we're coming to the commission for commission dollars.
So Sherry, and please, Commissioner Culver, correct me, but his motion would be $130,000 for the 3 part-time employees. Would you like that in your motion, AWAC?
Whatever, however you want to word it, Sherry, is fine.
All right. And second by Commissioner Price. Further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll plan on maybe giving an update after the hunting season, after we get all our testing results back, and give you an idea of what happened during that time frame, if that would work.
Appreciate the updates, really do. Deputy Director Kennedy.
I hope it works better than the last one. One of the things we learned with the last one is not to set our sights too high,
Madam President, members of the Commission, Director Talbot, it's not uncommon for us to see the Wyoming Wildlife Federation at a commission meeting. They stay very engaged in the issues that you deal with all the time and very engaged in wildlife conservation in Wyoming. I'd like to introduce Shammy Anderson, the Executive Director of the Federation, and I'll let her introduce her staff, and she's going to talk to the Commission, and maybe all of them are going to talk to the Commission about the great work that they're doing right now in Wyoming.
Thank you, sir.
President Little and the Commissioners, thank you so much for having us here today. We thought it'd be advantageous to give you an overview of our nonprofit, the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. As John mentioned, we're up here routinely testifying on wildlife issues, but this is an opportunity to showcase our programs and our efforts and to answer any questions you might have. It's a team approach with this presentation today. We have Chuck Butterfield, board member from Alpine, and Joy Bannon, our field director from Lander. So Chuck will kick it off. He's going to talk about science, and then Joy will talk about our policy and management efforts, and then I'll wrap up with our communications and outreach programs. Chuck?
Good afternoon. Thank you to the, President Little, the Commission, Director Talbot, members of the department, several people that I've had the opportunity to work with over the years. I don't know quite what's going on with our PowerPoint here. It's got a mind of its own, so I don't know if I can override this or what here, but it, yeah, well, it seems to be on a timer basis.
You can shut that off.
Yeah, I don't know what, there, stay. So, anyway, thank you for the opportunity for the Federation to come here and to share our shared vision of wildlife conservation, management, habitat conservation and management as well. You know, as you saw kind of fly past, hopefully it'll stay, the Wyoming Wildlife Federation is one of the largest groups and oldest groups within the state of Wyoming. Stay. We were formed in 1937 in response to Ding Darling's efforts at conservation, the national process of that. And in the process of forming this, we're actually 1 year older than the National Wildlife Federation. So we are, one of the first ones that have been out there working on wildlife conservation for a group like this. Our mission here, as you can see, it's to conserve wildlife habitat, wildlife outdoor opportunities. One of the things that we do try to do is we're an advocacy group. We want to go out and work with people, work with other organizations such as Wyoming Game and Fish to make it successful for wildlife conservation management, habitat management out there. We are not a group that's going out and trying to file lawsuits and manage through litigation. We are an advocacy group that is out there on the grounds with education and hands-on efforts out there. So that's one of our big missions that we have. The Federation represents basically hunters, anglers, the watchable wildlife enthusiasts that are out there. And what we tend to do is we also represent some of the largest managers of wildlife habitat and wildlife in the state, which are the farmers and ranchers as well. By default, they end up managing a lot of that, that resource out there. They may not be the best managers out there, but for our education or outreach efforts and working with organizations such as Game and Fish, we can make a difference in that area there. So really, we're representing a fairly broad base. The Wyoming Wildlife Federation, who we are, we have 5 member staff that's based in Lander. You'll see those here in a little bit. There they are. I'll take them back for a minute. The board of directors, there's 11 members of the board that is out there. And then, we've got about 2,000 members and 10,000 supporters. Our supporters are the groups that we, reach out and touch when we want to educate them about some legislative action that's going on, a hot button issue that's out there. They're the ones that we want to, get this information to and have them respond in the interest of wildlife out there. We work in partnership with the Wyoming Sportsmen's Alliance. That's about 30,000 members within there. That includes, such as the Muley Fanatics, Bow Hunters of Wyoming, the Backcountry Horsemen, the Wyoming Wild Sheep Federation. There's a lot of groups that are part of that we work in concert with to, provide education outreach on, wildlife issues. And, we are a member of the National Wildlife Federation. The nice thing about being a member of the Wildlife Federation, we can kind of work with them, tap into that large base, but we are not completely beholden to them. We are kind of an affiliate of them, but we are in a situation where we can be autonomous and make some of our own decisions and have some of our own output as well. So that is a nice thing about, being part of that group, being autonomous on that. Our group here, the staff, you've met Shami here. You'll meet Joy in just a little bit. She's our field director. Steve Kilpatrick is our, oops, I got the wrong one here. Yeah, there we go. Is our field scientist. He's been our executive director in the past. Dot Newton is our administration outreach person. Jesse Johnson, our public land specialist, and Lisa Hilmer's membership. Our board, you can see up there on the right, Shane Cross is our president. He's a rancher from around Douglas. He's also the legal counsel for Trout Unlimited. Dave Moody, who many of you know, retired Game and Fish out of Lander, our treasurer. Phoebe Stoner, our secretary out of Jackson. She is kind of an outreach conservation activist. Bill Aldridge is from Thermopolis. He is originally from Colorado State. He is a former wildlife professor at CSU, and we try not to hold that whole CSU thing against him, but Bill is a very good asset to our board. Blake is a rancher farmer from down at Wheatland, just a recent graduate from the University of Wyoming. Myself, I'm a recovering college professor. I spent 35 years in academia. I primarily range, but had the opportunity to do a lot of work with wildlife. I've done a lot of the wildlife bighorn sheep reintroduction research in Nebraska. I've done some work with CWD, but primarily I'm a range person, but that's habitat. So that's kind of my background. Brandon Jones is part of our group. She's the executive director of the Quality State Policy Center, and she's also a regional representative for the National Wildlife Foundation in several states. Janet Marchner, she works as a contractor, but also works with doctors, manages doctors. Very, very active. She's kind of my co-cook with our Wounded Veterans Hunt. She takes breakfast and I cook the other meals. Works out really well. Richard is former oil and gas, now trying to get into wildlife outreach and education. Reg Rothwell, I think everybody here pretty well knows Reg. Reg is kind of our energy within the group, an excellent biologist, former game and fish biologist. And Shiva Sunderson, Shiva works for the Jackson Hole Conservation Alliance. So you can see we have a pretty broad array of people on the board that really help out quite a bit. And what that does is that kind of helps us in a lot of these areas. We're a fairly broad group. It helps with science, policy management, collaboration, gravity, and the communications and outreach on this. So just want to touch a little bit on science. When we try to do our outreach or advocacy, work with groups, we want it to be science-based. We, with myself, the presence of Bill and the group that we have, there's a good opportunity for us to review science, put that science out there, and as I indicated, we are an advocacy group, but we want our advocacy to be based on science. So we use that to guide our policy statements and the information that we provide out there. So I think that we really balance that out pretty well. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to Joy Bannon. Joy is our field director, and she'll talk about policy and management. Joy?
Thank you, Chuck. Hello. My name is Joy Bannon, and I've been the field director for the Wyoming Wildlife Federation for 9 years. My areas of focus include policy, wildlife and habitat management, collaboration, and habitat enhancement. A hands-on habitat enhancement project that we host is one that has an annual fence removal project in Fremont County. We've hosted it for 8 years. This is for unneeded fence that's just on the ground, typically hidden by vegetation, not visibly seen easily. And so we go in with the Game and Fish Department oftentimes. Commissioner Clowder, you've been on one of these excursions with us, removing fence in areas that are big game habitat, migration corridor sometimes as well. So that's a hands-on project that we've done now for 8 years. On a statewide scale, we, the Federation, typically through our executive director, attends a legislative session each year. And this is so that we can stay abreast of bills that could have a negative outcome for wildlife. So we stay abreast of those, and as you know, the Wyoming legislature moves very quickly. So with that, we have a listserv where we send out information widely, and people can take action, whether they want to call their legislator, write to the legislator, or even testify in person. But we're trying to provide that information as it goes quickly through. Those bills are presented in different iterations of those bills. So It's something that we provide to folks, and we also partner during the legislative session with the Wyoming Sportsmen's Alliance to provide that common ground for hunters and anglers for those legislators. The not-so-sexy work that we do falls into the policy realm. It's the on-the-ground management and advocacy of wildlife and habitat through federal and state management plans. Examples of this work include state policies such as the Game and Fish's mitigation policy, or even to help with on-the-ground or with groundwork for establishing migration corridor definitions. On a federal level, the Bureau of Land Management is going through a revision with the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan, and that covers 3.6 million acres. Through management plan proposals that the Federation strategically develops, writes, and submits, we include specific management prescriptions to conserve maintain, and enhance Wyoming's wildlife and habitat. For example, in the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan, we have identified 6 habitat priority areas that include places such as the Jack Morrow Hills, the Golden Triangle, or the Big Sandy area, as some call it, the Greater Little Mountain area, and the Red Desert to Hoback Mule Deer Migration Corridor. Policy and management can take years of time. That's why I say it's not so sexy. It takes years of time. It's not very tangible. It's not easy to talk about in a substantial way. And that Rock Springs plan, all said and done, it could take up to 8 years. Essentially, we work through our management proposals to conserve wildlife and habitat, as well as to protect the millions of dollars that have been placed on the ground by agencies and NGOs for habitat improvement and enhancements. Those dollars spent are very important. It means a great deal to us and to the diverse stakeholders, and the Federation advocates for those projects to be maintained within management plan revisions. As said, you know, policy is difficult to talk about. So to combat this, one of the ways that to get folks interested and to garner support for our management proposals, we offer field tours and aerial flights. For example, on September 20th, we're taking the BLM cooperating agents for the Rock Springs RMP on a field tour of the Greater Little Mountain area. The Game and Fish Department are part of those as a cooperating agent, and Commissioner Anselmi is going to join us on that tour. We have a flight on Friday, a couple of flights of the Red Desert to Hoback in the northern portion, and we're taking the Coalition of Local Governments, which is a group of 4 counties in southwest Wyoming, that they wanted to see that from the air, and so we're taking them out. And there's a second flight that we are hosting, and Commissioner Price will be on that flight. We work to gain support of our management proposals through diverse stakeholders, including our family groups of hunters and anglers, local government, miners, union members, business owners, pillars of the community, and non-traditional voices as well, such as tribal voices. That leads me into collaboration. The Federation strongly supports collaborative efforts, and we often engage with a variety of entities towards a common goal. Has been appointed task forces, such as the Governor's Wildlife and Fish Task Force, Governor's Forest Management Task Force, as well as the Wyoming Sage Grouse Implementation Team. The Federation helps spearhead the Greater Little Mountain Coalition that includes 2,500 members, mainly in Rock Springs and Green River. And we are actively engaged in the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative, working with the Wyoming County Commissioners Association and the participating counties involved in that process. The Federation is also, as we have mentioned, part of the Wyoming Sportsmen's Alliance. We are a lead organization in that. You know, I guess overall our collaborative nature comes about through our focus of finding solutions to complex natural resource issues. I'll have Shammy talk about communication.
Thank you, Joy. As demonstrated by Chuck and Joy's presentation, we do a lot. I like to say we're lean and mean, but we have a really ambitious, hardworking board and staff, very smart staff. And we also have longevity. We're the oldest sportsman conservation organization in the state. We were founded in 1937. And with longevity, we're able to effectively comment and participate in these resource management plans for wildlife. Your day-to-day business and developing regulations and policy for wildlife, very important. But these federal regulations are also important. And so for us to participate at the state and federal level and to have that understanding and balanced approach, and also be advocating and educating our constituents as well as the general public on what these resource management plans mean for wildlife, to me is really important. And as Joy described, it's not super sexy work. So we are challenged with how do you make it sexy and relevant? And that brings me to communications and outreach. Chuck covered science and Joy policy and management. I've worked with in wildlife agencies for, 15 years. And one thing that was always said is that you can have the best available science, but if you're not making it relevant to the public, then what are we doing? And so this I bring to this role as executive director of this nonprofit, and that is making sure that we can make your decisions with wildlife management, the science on the ground, relevant to the public, to decision makers, to people who benefit from our wildlife resources. And to do this, you need strategic communications and outreach. And I come from a communications background, so this is something that I have employed with this organization, and make sure that it is really the backbone of our efforts. And we talk about it daily. And it's not just, okay, let's contact the media or let's testify in front of you commissioners. It's really strategic. It's packaging information. It's making it relevant. It's tailoring it to the various audiences. And Chuck mentioned our membership. We have 2,000 members, almost 10,000 supporters. And these are people who have given us their emails at sportsman expos or at different events, who want to participate, want to be in the know when it comes to wildlife. And then we contact them when we need their support and their help, and to make sure that they can be engaged in decision-making processes. I guess I should do the clicker now. Okay, here we go. Got to have a little humor with this clicker situation. Awareness. So that's kind of our key thing, is bringing awareness to the general public, to our constituents, and to decision makers. And that involves us writing op-eds. You may have seen the recent op-ed on big game migrations in the Casper Star Tribune. This was in response to the Petroleum Association's comments about the mitigation policy. And we wanted to make sure to let the public and others know that this is a collaborative effort and very thoughtful between the department and the commission on managing for big game migrations into the future, and with all stakeholders at the table. One example of an op-ed. Others are letters to the editor, and these are individual strategic pieces of communications, but we not only write them ourselves, but we engage our members to write them, and then they're placed in weekly and daily newspapers, and they can be on, a wildlife policy initiative, a project, a program, whatever the case. We want to make sure the community is aware of these news bits and are hearing from our members as well as us. Our website, if you haven't had a chance to look at it recently, we've done a major overhaul. And we've implemented some new technologies. We have a clickable map, for example, which is delineates these economic impact studies that we're doing in partnership with University of Wyoming. These are for the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative. Just finished one on Park County. And so you can click on the map and get the economic data. $23.4 million in hunting and fishing is generated in Park County because of hunters and anglers. Anyway, this map is interactive. It's pretty neat off our website. We also have videos, and then social media, of course, that's starting to really ramp up. We have 2,000 Facebook followers, as well as more than 1,000 Twitterers, if you will. And I never know what to call them, Twitterers. And then we even have a live RSS feed on our webpage with everything wildlife news coming into our website. So folks can go there for a source and really learn about what's happening in our state as well as around the country. Joy touched on our email blast. We are in the process of enhancing this system to be, you probably are all too aware of these, you get these legislative and congressional alerts. Click here, it'll directly connect our members or our supporters to their representative or senator or congressional delegation for a particular wildlife bill. And so for us, that is really strategic communications, because then it's like one-stop shopping. You don't have to figure out who's in your area, or who your representative is if you don't know. And then we're able to track that information, and I can report back to our board. X number of people responded, they wrote letters, or they contacted their legislators. But this email blast system we are looking forward to, and based on the last legislative session, and with us using a more general system, we got a lot of response from that, and that's a really important role we provide for legislative policy initiatives. We also have our Pronghorn newsletter. It's a quarterly newsletter. It's been around for a while, and we like to continue to enhance it and have it evolve as our organization evolves. And we're doing feature stories in there. Of course, we have reports from the field, but also highlighting some of our members. And of course, the work of the Game and Fish Commission, which is so important. I mentioned or touched on national media. We do get some good press. We think the press is an audience, of course, for us, but for me, it's a way to get to our other audiences, such as decision makers and the general public. With education, we're starting to do more with this. We've really been more program and policy centric over the years, but we think that there's a real untapped potential to reach watchable wildlife enthusiasts. Now, traditionally, and we always will be, the voice of hunters and anglers, but watchable wildlife, too, we think there's some really good opportunities to better engage them in wildlife conservation and management. To do that, we host field trips with members of the public, and we open these up to anybody. You don't have to be a member of WWF. You can come out. And often, these are in partnerships with Game and Fish. In fact, we just hosted one in Sheridan, and when I called Lynn Yonke up there at that office, I mean, I didn't even have to finish my sentence. I said, "Do you want to do a watchable wildlife?" He's like, "Yes, we're in." And it was really neat to see that, Game and Fish was so receptive to the idea, and of course we had a great time with them. Audubon was our third partner, so we did do some birding up Tongue Canyon with the public, and we had a really good turnout. Resource-wise, we want to be a source. We want to be a clearinghouse of information when it comes to advocating for wildlife policy, and we feel like we're doing a good job, but of course we're always looking for ideas and ways to improve, and we welcome your ideas. We distribute maps, and we have sportsman expos where, actually, this is where I really love, one of my favorite parts of this job is going to work for 3 or 4 days at an expo, because you meet these people, hunters and anglers, in person, you hear their ideas, you see the excitement of their various experiences in the outdoors, and of course we get them signed up for our information, which is an added bonus. But yeah, just to kind of wrap up here, I mentioned the Game and Fish projects. You see the red shirts. Joy touched on the Habitat Enhancement Project and Wildlife Fencing Days. We had 35 people for our Lander event this July, and then we had 50 people come out for our Albany County fencing project. Some elk calves were getting caught up in some fencing, and it was pretty serious and urgent need, so we got the community out and partnered with the Wyoming Conservation Corps on that. And then we also have the Wounded Veteran Hunt, which is in the fall, and this is in partnership with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Bow Hunters of Wyoming. This fall hunt is going to feature a vet from Cody. And, not there yet, Garden for Wildlife. Garden for Wildlife is, we say, pollinators in, deer out, and it's a Certify Your Garden program in partnership with NWF. And our two big campaigns for this year, big game migrations and keeping public lands in public hands. And with that, thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you. And do you have any questions, President Little?
Commissioners, do you have questions for Shammy, Joy, or Dave? Not. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate you guys coming and your attendance most generally at most of our meetings. We have joy there.
Thank you so much, President Little. We do have public lands brochures and annual report if you'd like to take a look, or copies, and Pronghorn newsletters. Thank you again.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presentation is from Willow Steen. Is that how you pronounce your name? Doll.
Willow.
Okay.
All right, is this this one? Yeah. All right. I'm going to talk about the cheatgrass, biocontrol, and sagebrush plantings. I'll start with the biocontrol. I'm not an expert in this stuff. It's a little bit complicated, but what I can do is give you guys my best understanding of what this stuff is, how it works, and where it's at in the process of becoming a tool that we can use for management. One of the big confusions that it seems like has come out on this stuff is that there are many different strains of bacteria within a species. So the species of bacteria that we're talking about being a biocontrol for cheatgrass is Pseudomonas fluorescens. And there's different strains that have different effects. And one way to kind of explain that with a bacteria most people are familiar with is E. coli. So with E. coli, there's a strain that inhabits humans' intestinal systems within a few hours of birth, and we have a symbiotic relationship with that bacteria. But there's also, as you know, very harmful strains of E. coli as well. Same with Pseudomonas fluorescens. So we're talking about a few strains of very specific strains of Pseudomonas fluorescens that have specific impacts and do not have other impacts. So for example, there was some alarm raised with Pseudomonas fluorescens because there are certain strains of the bacteria that cause disease in fish. These are not those strains. There's certain strains that cause infections in humans. These are not those strains. So I think that's a really important thing to point out when we're talking about this bacteria. So the two strains that have been used for cheatgrass control are D7 and ACK55. This research was started by Ann Kennedy with the Agricultural Research Service about 20 years ago, and she did an extensive screening for these bacteria. They're naturally occurring, and they're quite selective at inhibiting cheatgrass. I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but these two are not commercially available as an herbicide at this point in time. What is commercially available is this product called MB906. It's a BioWast Ag Solutions product, commercially available. It's proprietary, so we don't actually know what strain of bacteria is in that product. I've read of it being a cousin of Pseudomonas fluorescens. But what exactly this is, we're not entirely sure. It's not licensed as an herbicide, it's licensed as a soil inoculant. That being said, it's been being used by Weed and Pest and other folks to treat cheatgrass, and it is highly effective. So this stuff works, MB906, which is the stuff that is not currently listed as an herbicide, it says that it contributes to the biodiversity of the soil. But what's really happening is that it's applied, it travels only by water or by moving along the roots, and then it inhibits all forms of cheatgrass growth. So radicle formation, which is the very embryonic root, the first root that comes out of a plant, it inhibits root growth, it inhibits tillering. And this biocontrol, it grows only under cool conditions. It doesn't like the heat, which actually makes it a really good tool because we want it in the system, we want it to do its job, and then we kind of want it to be gone. So this stuff really only survives for about 10 years, and then it's outcompeted. It doesn't do well in the heat, and it sort of leaves the system, which makes it a really great tool for biocontrol. And then for the most part, it doesn't negatively impact desirable plants. However, I will say that I have read some conflicting information on the D7 bacteria's impact to Sandberg bluegrass, and then it also may impact mountain brome. And so the ACK55, I believe, is a bit more selective. And so the D7 was sold off to a private company. The ACK55 is still being sort of pushed through the system. And the D7 is licensed as an herbicide by the EPA, but it isn't commercially available yet. The ACK 55, which is more selective and kind of the biocontrol that I would like to see being used, it hasn't gone through the process yet. Hopefully that will happen in 2017. It was supposed to be fall 2016, but it kind of keeps getting pushed off.
So Willow, are you saying that the ACK 55 would, the whole idea of if that came to be commercially usable is that it would not, it doesn't affect blue stem?
Sandberg bluegrass, that's, to the best of my knowledge, it's more selective, so it doesn't have the negative impacts to Sandberg bluegrass. I'm not sure on the mountain brome on the ACK 55. Okay. Which mountain brome typically grows at fairly high elevations in places that we don't have a lot of cheatgrass concerns. So there's going to be kind of an elevational grade there that I think will inhibit a lot of those types of conflicts. For application, it's applied in the fall. This stuff, like I said, it really likes the cool weather. You want to apply it before a precipitation event, just like if anybody here is familiar with the chemical that we've been working with, Plateau. You apply it in the fall before a precipitation event so that it can get down into the soil. If it's left on top, it's very sensitive to UV, it's sensitive to temperature. Low moisture, it's going to kill it. It's a live material, and so you want to apply it before a precipitation event. So it's kind of a finicky thing, and you want to wait, like I said, 40, 50 degrees. It can be mixed with the herbicide, the chemical herbicide Plateau, which is actually a very big advantage because Plateau or chemical herbicides, they kill the actual plant that's there. So if you're familiar with cheatgrass, it's a winter annual, so it actually germinates in the fall or in the winter, and it's there kind of green and dormant, and then pokes up in the spring at the first sign of moisture. So you can apply it with Plateau, which will kill the existing plant, and then you have the biocontrol there to work on the seed bank, which makes mixing them and the ability to mix them a really great mix. You can also put it on seed, which would be a really great tool for reclamation efforts in those areas, pipeline, reclamation, those types of things where you expect that cheatgrass is going to come in later. Another component to it is the way in which it's provided. So the very early applications that I was involved in, the test applications of D7, it was provided to the weed and pest as a freeze-dried formula. So it wasn't active. It was kind of very dormant, which made it kind of shelf stable, a very stable product, but it takes a long time to start propagating and to grow and to really get going on its work. So a liquid format is actually, formation is the best way to apply this stuff. And the MB906, the soil inoculant, it actually is provided as a liquid product. So it's kind of ready to go, amped up, you apply it, and it can kind of get to the business of inhibiting cheatgrass. So the early applications, the aerial applications of D7 that I was involved in 3 summers ago, it's taking a long time to start working because there was so kind of little active material to begin with to begin growing. The D7 that was sold to the private company, right now all they have is a freeze-dried formula, and they're working to move that into a liquid formula and make it commercially available. The D7 has been through the herbicide registration process for the freeze-dried formula, but not for the liquid formula. So there's a lot of limitations in how this stuff is available at this point in time. And like I said, it's a finicky thing. It's a live, living material. It needs to be able to get into the soil or it's just not going to survive. So I would anticipate that as this stuff comes online more, as it becomes more available, we're probably going to see varying results because there might not be perfect application scenarios for this stuff, and we're going to need to figure that out. There's also going to be differences, I think, across elevation because like I said, it's sensitive to temperature. And so I think we're probably going to see some differing effects based on our elevation in Wyoming and how hot and cool it gets and those kinds of relationships. I think we're going to need to be diligent about working through as this stuff becomes more available to us. But I think it's going to be a great tool for us to work with.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. So I have a question for you. When you're mixing it with Plateau, and Plateau goes on, I mean, that's sprayed on, right? Liquid form. Okay, so you need this MB 906. You need a rain or snow or something afterward to push that into the ground?
Correct.
So if you're applying them, doesn't the Plateau have to stay on the plant?
You want Plateau to get into the soil as well.
Really?
You do, and one of the reasons that Plateau is effective is because it has a residual effect for the first 3 years of application. So that residual chemical stays in the soil. It's much more effective if you can apply Plateau before a precipitation event as well. It isn't like the Roundup that most people are familiar to working with. And that's why oftentimes some people apply Plateau as a pre-emergent. So they'll apply it even before it comes up as a green grass. You can also apply it post-emergent, but some people argue that it isn't quite effective as a post-emergent. So that's...
Yeah, no, that's interesting.
If that makes sense.
That's interesting. Thank you.
This graph here is one from Ann Kennedy from some of the test plots that they did. And so you can see from this that the percentage of cheatgrass is on the y-axis, 100%. And then the bacteria was applied at year 0, and as you move down, it takes typically about 3 to 4 years for this stuff to really begin working on the cheatgrass. And that's because it needs to grow, it needs to propagate within the soil to begin to be effective. And then it's shown to work out 8, 9, sometimes even 10 years. I think depending on what kind of scenario you have in your management, what kind of cheatgrass influx you're getting in there, what kind of application you had. It might be just like Plateau where we need to look at reapplying in year 4 or 5. Right now, we're kind of in the management schematic where when we apply Plateau, the chemical herbicide, we're planning to retreat in year 3 or 4 in most applications to hedge our bets to protect our investments, which can be quite costly. But the cheatgrass seed is typically viable to about 7 years. And so by doing the reapplication of Plateau, you kind of get out of that seed bank window. I think if we get a really good application of this stuff and it's effective, one application may get us through that cheatgrass window, but time will tell. But the potential is there for that. So I haven't been involved directly in a lot of the large-scale applications of MB 906. Like I said, it's not registered as an herbicide, so it made me uncomfortable and unsure. It's technically being applied out of label right now if you're applying it to treat cheatgrass. So professionally, I wasn't involved. As an individual, I said, let's do it. This is actually on my own personal property. And you can see I treated it in the fall of 2015. On the left is my property. And this is on the right, on the bottom, is an adjacent untreated. They looked exactly the same before this was treated. This is just 1 year out. It was a really good application right before a snowstorm. And it's already beginning to have some effect on the size of that cheatgrass, and also on the number of seeds that cheatgrass is producing. So this is 1 year out, good application, and it's already beginning to have an impact on just the sheer amounts, velocity, growth, seed production that cheatgrass has been known to have, which provides your perennials that time to start getting a leg up. So to kind of wrap up here, the biocontrol strain that I think that we should be really interested in using and focused on, and that I think is the safest at this time, is the ACK 55. It was supposed to be registered this fall. It got pushed off to 2017. And in a lot of my projects and the teams that I'm on, the projects that we're planning, we're waiting to see if ACK 55 becomes registered to really use it on a larger scale. My gut, frank reaction on this stuff is that it's very safe. And I think that in areas where we have a lot of cheatgrass, where perhaps our ability to manage or have sites that host the full biodiversity that was once out there, where maybe we're reduced down to 3 or 4 dominant, very tough species, I don't think we should hesitate about using this stuff when it becomes available. Those areas that are more biologically, have a higher amount of biological diversity that may be more sensitive, I think that we're probably going to want to do our due diligence, do some smaller test plots within Wyoming, monitor them very well, and do our own assessment prior to doing large-scale applications. But I think it's very safe. A lot of the research that's been coming out on it, although there hasn't been much, shows that it's a very safe tool to use. It's pretty cost effective. Right now, the proprietary product, the MB 906, is getting applied at $18 for a cost of $18 an acre, which is very reasonable. And at this point in time, I think probably the best way to apply it in the future is going to be mixing it with a low amount of plateau. So typically when we apply plateau, we apply it at 6 to 7 ounces an acre, somewhere in that range. I know what the Converse County Weed and Pest has been doing 4 ounces of plateau an acre with the biocontrol, and I think it's having great results, and you're kind of hedging your bets, and you're working at the cheatgrass from both sides. And a lot of the cost is in the application anyways, so to combine them both and put them out there, I think is probably going to be a great way to use this stuff. And I think we're going to have to remember we're going to have 3 to 5 years to gain that adequate control that we're going to want to see for this stuff.
So when you're talking about $18 an acre, I mean, you're talking about chemical and application?
Correct.
And
that's the total cost.
What would it run with the mix, with plateau in there?
That's the mix. That's
oh,
the
this
total.
is the mix at 18.
Mm-hmm. And it's not going to cost that much less just for the biocontrol, because, like I said, a good part of the plateau's cost significantly decreased in the past several years compared to what it was originally. And a lot of your cost is just getting the plane out there to apply it.
Interesting. Yes, Commissioner Culver.
Before you move on to the cheatgrass, or onto the sagebrush, I just want to say that, as a range guy myself and spending an entire career watching this slow explosion of cheatgrass across eastern Wyoming, it's pretty encouraging to see finally a tool in our toolbox that I think has a lot of potential. And I encourage you to continue staying on the forefront of this effort. And I appreciate your efforts.
Sure,
Thanks.
Thank you. I will say Converse County Weed and Pest has been really great about taking the lead on getting this stuff out there, communicating with the agencies, making it available to Wyoming to even be able to use. They really bulldogged this effort in a big way.
Do you know if there's a cost share?
The Weed and Pest does have a cost share. I think it depends on the county, whether it's listed in that county and whether that individual county is comfortable with using MB 906 at this point in time, since it isn't registered. I think it kind of is there up to them.
Yeah, county by county.
Essentially.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? She's going to continue on with sagebrush, but are there any other questions in regard to the cheatgrass portion? Thanks, Will.
I began looking to sagebrush planting in about 2012, 2013, somewhere in there. At that point in time, it came to my attention, I was pretty new to my area, that these large-scale wildfires in northeast Wyoming were a pretty big concern, and that the Wyoming big sagebrush just doesn't come back after a fire. Of particular concern, the map that's shown up here is the Douglas Corps area. And the top pink, that is a wildfire, about 10,000 acres that came through, and it's the largest amount of disturbance in the Douglas Core area. So it came to our attention. I had some willing landowners on board and started pursuing planting sagebrush in this area. And I have to give Jerry Altermat, the habitat biologist in Cody, a lot of credit because I borrowed heavily from his design. He was one of the only people I knew who had tried to do this. A lot of people told me that it wasn't going to be successful, it was a waste of time, they were all going to die. So I also have to give our department a lot of credit because they stood behind me and let me trial this out, and we sure have learned a lot. So at the same time that I was initiating this, the Douglas Core area issue ramped up, and I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with that. I don't want to go into it too much today, but if you have questions, certainly you can ask all sorts of people, myself included. But this Douglas Core area restoration team was formed, and it's led by Chesapeake Energy, and essentially the team has mitigation funds from Chesapeake Energy that are being used to put restoration on the ground in the Douglas Core area. So I had begun my project, and then this team came in, we started planning projects, and then sort of combined the efforts afterwards. And then the team sort of built their early models based on what I already was putting on the ground. And the whole model that we used in these large-scale wildfires is to create a seed source of sagebrush, because planting sagebrush itself is a very costly endeavor. And so it wasn't very feasible to go out into a 10,000 acre wildfire and say, let's restore this to 5% sagebrush cover. The costs were too prohibitive. And because in these wildfires, the perennial grasses came back so much and were so dominant, any kind of seeding efforts wouldn't be successful, and just are not successful, and essentially are a waste of money. So we're looking at ways to speed up the recovery of these systems by providing a seed source of sagebrush in the middle of these fires to up the recovery of them. So we went out there and collected native seed. We used volunteers to do this, and the important thing about that is that native seed has a lot of adaptations to it, micro adaptations, particularly adaptations latitudinally are very important. The research has shown that seeds within 100 miles, collected within 100 miles of where you're planting them, are the most successful because of these microclimate adaptations. And sagebrush seed is very easy to collect. So we collected it, and the University of Wyoming cleaned it, screened it, tested it for us, and we shipped it off to greenhouses to be grown. We began that process in kind of the springtime, so they were grown over the summer and then hardened off, and we received those plants in the fall. And it makes sense intuitively that really good quality plants are key to success, but even with having a bunch of range professionals and all kinds of expertise on this group that we have, it took us a long time to refine and understand exactly what we needed in a sagebrush plant and how to convey those specifications to a greenhouse, how to get good greenhouses. There was a learning curve. We received some really bad plants, and they didn't do well, and this has been the biggest measure or factor, variable in our success is how good these plants are, how well they are grown. We tried using native soil, which was a great idea because then you have the native mycorrhizae, native bacteria in those plants already. But what we learned there was if you're going to use native soil, you need to grow them for another year because they don't have as many nutrients, or the soil's more compact than if you're using a greenhouse mix. These are the kinds of lessons we learned. We learned exactly what a good sagebrush plant needs to look like, and we went through quite a few to get there. We've used exclosures on every single thing that we planted, and these exclosures have been everything from an 8-foot by 8-foot exclosure shown here to, now we're starting to plan things that are 250 foot long. We tried varying levels of, or varying methods of controlling competition from the surrounding plants. You can see in this photo that there's a lot of grass out there. And the best thing is weed barrier fabric. It made a huge difference in the success of these plants. So we use it for everything now. We also discovered that fall planting is best. We plant these plants when they're slowing down their activity for the year, when they're becoming dormant. And although sagebrush has some perennial leaves on it, but they're fairly dormant when we plant them. And they're there, they're at the site, and they're ready to take up moisture in the spring whenever it comes, which is a difficult thing to predict if you're trying to do a spring planting. So fall planting is much more successful. One of the other really important lessons that we learned is that using a hodad is the best way to get these things in the ground. So the traditional way, or most common way, that a lot of these contractors want to plant these things is using an auger, which destroys your soil structure. And it's very difficult to get that soil packed back down in there, especially if you're in soil that has any kind of clay. It doesn't go back in there, and you have these air spaces in there, which as the roots grow, means those roots are going to dry out and die. So you really need tightly compact soil. You want that soil structure to be intact. And that way, as the moisture comes, it's there for the plant. You don't have any air spaces, and it significantly increases your survival rate. So the contractors we use now, they use a hodad, which is essentially a big spike, essentially, that they'll put in the ground, and they just kind of pull back the soil and then pop the plant back in there and then kind of just lay the soil back in place. And the structure of that soil is maintained intact. We get fewer weeds. We don't get the collapse, the divoting that we get when we augered. So that was a big lesson, and it makes a huge difference in the survival of these plants. And one of the issues that we had was a lot of cheatgrass coming up around these small cuts we made in the weed barrier to put the plants in. And so in the future, we're either going to be doing a plateau application prior to planting, or we're going to water the plants in with the cheatgrass bacteria, depending on how that all works out, to help keep that from happening. Because I pulled a lot of cheatgrass in this stuff, and my dad taught me to work smarter than harder. So hopefully that'll help with that in the future. When we first began this work, we had pretty low survival. It was in the 30 percentile, and 30% was the restoration team's cutoff for when we would decide to go back in and replant places. But now with time, experience, we are our success is in the 90%. The past stuff that we've been doing was 92, 95, 96%, depending on the individual sites. So we've learned a lot, and we've gained a lot of experience, and now feel that we generally know how to get sagebrush to live in these plantings. We have plants that are producing seed the immediate year after getting planted, and which is phenomenal. I mean, you plant these little sagebrush seedlings, and a year later they're this big. So we're getting better. We have an additional 50,000 sagebrush plants to plant this fall, and we're looking at moving outside of the Douglas Corps area. We've worked with a lot of every willing landowner that has been in the Douglas Corps area, and now we're working to expand that and go outside of the area. And one of the goals of this team is to produce a best management practices document to give to people for planting sagebrush, especially for industry. We really want to provide all of the lessons that we've learned in something that can be given to other people and used in other applications and in different areas. So we want to share what we've learned, because we've been through quite a bit. So with that, any other questions?
Questions, commissioners?
Being from northeast Wyoming, I've seen the coal mines spend a fortune trying to reestablish big sagebrush over the years, and to see this kind of success is pretty phenomenal. Congratulations on that.
Thanks.
I'm surprised they get that kind of growth so rapidly, to be honest with you.
Actually, one of the issues that we had we were noticing some plants dying off in early June. And the conclusion that we ended up coming to is that we provided such good conditions for these plants with the weed barrier and everything that it was like a boom and bust. They put on so much growth that they couldn't sustain it, and so they would die. So different.
You
kind
might
of
not
challenge.
have lost the plant entirely and might come back.
They died. They died.
Oh, they died
They
right
died.
through the
They
rut. You
died.
checked?
They
Okay.
died,
Because
so.
sometimes I've seen that happen. Commissioner Price.
Harvesting the seed.
I'm sorry?
I say harvesting the seed.
Explain it.
How was that done? We
Yeah.
actually just went out there and cut the seed heads. I actually had to delay my project for a full year because when I first became interested in it, it was following the drought and the sagebrush didn't produce good seed heads. So we waited for the following year. They produced good seed heads, and it was about November, early first or second week in November, and we actually had experts check for seed maturity of the sagebrush seeds, and we cut the full seed head, and then they were taken to University of Wyoming and just screened. A poor graduate student spent a bunch of time screening that seed. And sagebrush seeds, I mean, they're small, but they're pretty big compared to a lot of different kinds of seed. We also had to put insecticides in there because I took some. I was in the NRCS office at the time and had a bunch of these brown, we stored the seed heads in brown paper bags, and they sprouted all kinds of insects. I turned one of our game and fish vehicles into a pretty sagey smelling environment for quite a while. I was told I would never be allowed to borrow a director's office vehicle again. So insecticide's pretty important, but they dried in the bags and then it was screened out, and essentially that's all we did. We tested it for viability. And
How big is the seed? I guess I've never really gone down and looked at
you
it.
can see it with your bare eye. I mean, it isn't like a naked, and you can feel it. I mean, I'd say, bigger than sand grains.
So like a reddish seed or a turnip seed?
Smaller than those.
Smaller than a turnip
I'm
seed?
trying to think, maybe carrot? Carrot.
Oh,
seed.
carrot, okay.
I mean, round, they're round, but about that size.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Radish, like a radish. Like a radish.
What?
Like a radish seed.
No, I think she said smaller than a turnip seed, and they're usually a little black.
Well, or like a little lettuce is round. Like
Bring me some next time.
One more question. So what's your next step?
We're looking for areas outside of the Douglas Core area.
Are you trying other planting methods to try to cheapen it up, or as far as protection around the plants? Are you trying anything different that way?
Yeah, actually, the Nature Conservancy has actually developed this really cool method using pasta makers, where they take all of this inert material, clay, diatomaceous earth, all kinds of different things, compost, worm casings, and they create what they call either seed pillows or seed pods or something. I'm not sure what the other term is for it. But so there's one that's kind of created like a pillow where it's flat on one side and rounded on the other, and they have the sagebrush seed in there, and it increases germination success by creating a microclimate for those plants. One of the issues with seeding is getting it to the proper depth, and so it's a little bit more successful for directly after a wildfire. And you could theoretically spread that via helicopter. And they also make round ones that are better for drill seeding. And so we're working with Nature Conservancy on those techniques to see how we can apply those. Another thing we're interested in trying is that there's a material product called plant skid. It's pig's blood, but it's an herbivory deterrent. And it may get us away from some of the costs associated with the infrastructure. All the fencing is very expensive on these projects, and we've committed to going back and taking all that fencing down, which is also very expensive and ties up funds for a really long time. So those are some of the methods that we're really interested in trying out that may also have a lot of applications for other types of projects. For example, I've applied a lot of these designs and principles to restoration or riparian restoration, and just checked some plants I planted last fall and had 91% success on riparian plants using these lessons.
Thank you for your work on this.
Sure.
Commissioner Price, did you have a question?
No, I think I've got the.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Asked the question I had and
right.
answered.
Thank you very much,
I'll go
Will.
out and look
Appreciate
and
it.
see if I can see it.
All day.
I've never looked at a sagebrush for that.
That's impressive.
Everybody does that.
Yeah. It's an easy one.
President Little, Commissioners, Director Talbot, thanks for the opportunity to talk habitat this afternoon. I'll be highlighting some of the information in the latest version of our annual habitat report. As you know, we have a habitat plan. You all approved the latest version of the plan we call our strategic habitat plan last summer. And this presentation is essentially about implementing that plan. Ultimately, I'd like to provide a sense of the many ways we're working on habitat and provide some examples of projects we're doing to benefit Wyoming's wildlife. Who implements the habitat plan? Well, habitat's a big term. It really is essential for managing wildlife. It's the foundation of wildlife conservation. Therefore, many in the department work in one way or another on habitat. Those bulleted programs on the slide are some of the folks that have habitat as one of their primary functions. And of course, this is just within the Game and Fish Department. Landowners and land managers across the state are essential partners in habitat work, obviously. In calendar year 2015, we had about $1.1 million in expenditures, department funds on habitat projects. This was leveraged against another nearly $5.1 million of outside funds, which works out to $4.45 for every game and fish dollar. We cut budgets back in 2013, and you can see the effect of that in 2014 and 2015 in our expenditures. There's a lot of inertia in habitat work. It takes a while to get things developed and on the ground, so we're still sort of seeing the effects of that. And my guess is in 2016 we'll see those numbers continue to rise in expenditures as our budgets increased last year. The Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust is an important funding partner. Since the WWNRT's inception in 2006, they have provided funding to 143 department-led projects. This is $66 million worth of projects funded by them to the tune of just about $14 million. And many, just basically having game and fish dollars to use as matching contributions on projects is vital. Whether that's for matching WWNRT or other funders, it's absolutely necessary to kind of come to the table with some funds in that way. As you can see here, we've been doing on the order of 19 to 21 projects with WWNRT annually. The fall 2016 number there should actually be 5. We had an additional application there. But essentially that's sort of the range that we're able to generate. I'll note too that frequently we're using our funds on the front end of a project. We can start to put a project together, get a design, get a plan, do the permitting, take care of those things under our control, and in that way take a pretty good package to outside funders that we have well thought out and is attractive to gain funding from other sources. In the Habitat Report, you'll find a big table of achievements. Here's a few of them. So we see 19 miles of watershed stream assessments in 2015, down a little bit from the 5-year average. These watershed assessments are a quick way of identifying what habitat issues might be going on in a small watershed, and more importantly, figuring out if there's anything we can do about it to benefit, in this case, stream and riparian communities. Prescribed burns were up last year. Primarily that's due to a lot of work Ryan Amundsen's been doing in the southeast part of the state that happened to bump that number up. We installed 83 structures in 2015 in streams. These are root wads and boulder clusters and tow wood, bank protections, river restoration sorts of structures, as well as habitat features for primarily salmonids. I should emphasize here that these numbers throughout the tables are from projects that we share with many other partners. And in fact, those partners could just as well share in those accomplishments. The lines between the different folks involved in projects are kind of blurred. We can all take credit for them in a way. On our properties, you can see we maintain hundreds of miles of fence annually, just about 5,000 acres irrigated annually. Similar amount of lands are sprayed for noxious weed control. It's a big job managing our properties. And so, you know, I noticed you all took very careful thought and consideration of the properties that were proposed for acquiring by the department for good reason. But we take pride in trying to manage those very well. The Wildlife Management Institute recently completed an audit of 12 department programs at our request. And as far as the habitat program goes, they concluded it is well designed and managed in their view, and it focuses efforts on the most important habitats in need of conservation or restoration. That was good to hear. They recommended that the department strive for objectives that are more quantitative and time-based. And it just so happens that in the last year we've developed a couple of objectives, one of which is to achieve 100 stream miles annually and 500,000 acres annually of habitat conserved, restored, protected. And that's kind of getting us in that direction, I think. In our first year of tracking this, you can see we've fallen just a little bit short of those goals, so we've got something to strive for. Next, I will be reviewing some specific habitat projects. The examples I have come from all over the state, but in any one region, like Lander region shown here, there are quite a bit of activities going on in the habitat realm. And the labels here on this slide are simply for the different projects that were featured in the annual habitat report in the Lander region. Blue indicating projects led by aquatic folks, and brown projects led in the wildlife division, and then the pink labels are indicating a couple of our habitat properties. So the East Fork Wind River diversion was upgraded in 2015, and early on in 2016 we were able to run water. We changed the point of diversion here. This is really all about stopping our annual need to muck about in the stream channel and do the annual push-up dams out there. And with a more stable point of diversion and a structure there, that eliminates that annual work out there, provides more consistent and better habitat for Yellowstone cutthroat trout in channel, as well as other native fish, and then an enhanced ability to produce forage for elk and deer on the Spence Moriarty unit. So that, if you're not familiar with the Spence Moriarty unit, there's a yellow pin there just above the junction of Bear Creek and East Fork, and that's the site of that diversion. So we have a new head gate. We have 2,300 feet in the ditch. No more messing around in the channel as much. We also had the opportunity to replace a leaky flume over Bear Creek with a 36-inch pipe. Better water use efficiency. We had some of the cost of this effort paid for by the other water user on the ditch, the Spence and the Trial Lawyers College. So that one's wrapping up. On another project, Katie Cheeseborough over out of Saratoga has been working on our Penic unit with our folks and BLM, and in particular UW researchers Brian Mueller and his graduate students, on a assessment of different forms of plateau. And so what they're doing is they're trying out a granular form of plateau where the herbicide is essentially adhered to a very fine sand, and they're comparing that to the traditional liquid plateau application. And they treated multiple different test plots across the Penic unit last fall, and they're gathering the data this year and starting to analyze those results. The whole idea here with the granular form is that the thought is they can be more directed with the helicopter application, have less by spray, I guess, and maybe less damage to the canopy of the shrubs, and get more direct contact with the soil around the cheatgrass. On the Encampment River, outside of Riverside, Christina Baranu has been working with private landowners up and down the Encampment River, but here on this particular property, to address an eroding bank along with Trout Unlimited. Goals here were not only to take care of all that sediment added to the system at that bank, but to provide habitat through this reach. And they put in tow wood. Tow wood is a fancy word for a whole bunch of wood along the bank. Essentially have a little bit of a bench there to dissipate the flood energy. They deepened the pools, they narrowed the riffles, and this is to benefit rainbow trout, brown trout, and other species. We worked with a private designer as well as a small construction company out of Laramie, and a whole bunch of folks involved in this effort. Last year about this time, we were scrambling to respond to a wildfire near our Amsden Habitat Unit. The Sheep Creek Fire burned about 1,300 acres in early September, and early August, I'm sorry. And this is kind of a neat example of a bunch of different like-minded folks in a real quick fashion getting money together and getting out there last fall within probably 5 weeks, and purchasing seed, purchasing chemical, contracting with a helicopter, and getting that all sprayed last fall. And Seth tells me that this summer they had a really good kill on the cheatgrass. The places they didn't have as much effectiveness were some of the steep slopes, and they've gone back in there with backpacks to take care of that. Seed Skiddy Cottonwood pole planting is an effort led obviously on the Seed Skiddy National Wildlife Refuge on the Green River downstream from Fontenelle Reservoir. Tom Kerner is the manager out there, and he's really doing a wholesale landscape effort to replace the cottonwood gallery forests that have been slowly dying out there. Cottonwoods will live 150 to 300 years, and since we don't have the floods that historically established these gallery forests, he's doing it by hand, and he's taking 6-foot poles and planting them down in the wetted area, and using these vinyl tubings, these ventilating 6-foot tubes, to protect them from the browse pressure out there, and seeing good success. He's over 70% success on 2,500 trees planted last year, and they're continuing this for another 8 years, all across the refuge over miles of country. Amy Anderson in the Lander region is doing an even bigger landscape scale effort in partnership with a bunch of other folks. You can see them listed there on the slide. Here the effort is to remove conifers from aspen stands and try to promote early cereal aspen communities. And very often you see that in habitat work across the state, aspen being right up there with riparian communities in terms of productivity and ability to host a broad range of wildlife and species. So we worked 317 acres in 2015. They had just about 900 acres targeted for this year, And over the course of the effort, they hope to treat 6,000 to 8,000 acres around South Pass. Jill Randall's been leading an effort to improve mule deer crucial winter range, parturition range, and transition range. This is another 10-year effort, and it will eventually involve over 30,000 acres. This work involves a whole range of approaches, the whole tool bag's in play here. He's talking about disturbing mountain big sagebrush communities, using prescribed burns, doing chemical treatments of invasive vegetation, cattle management. This is on BLM, Forest Service, and obviously a lot of different partners, a lot of money involved. For her efforts on this and other work in the Pinedale region, Jill Randall was recently named WWNRT's Partner of the Year in 2016. Very well deserved. President Little will be familiar with this project on Piney Creek. In the Sheridan region, Travis Cundy's been working with the Apache Foundation to replace some irrigation infrastructure, at the same time promoting fish movement up and down the system, screening fish from the ditches, and improving water delivery, taking care of a little bit of erosion around the existing structures. Those you see in the image, the upper one is the previous Dunlop diversion, the lower one's the PF1 diversion on Piney Creek, and this work is to benefit the entire fish community, and on the sport fish side, that's brown trout, rainbow trout, and on this map, the Piney Creek is between Buffalo and Sheridan, and I don't know if I've got yeah, I do have a clicker. This dot here's the Dunlop diversion. A few miles downstream is the PF1 diversion, flows into Clear Creek. And addressing passage at these sites will open up connectivity up and down the drainage. So a coffer dam was replaced with a ramp in 2014 at the Dunlop site. The images on the right show the ramp as it exists now. Much easier for fish to move up and down through there. On the left, you see the entrance to the ditch with the large grate screen to at least keep the big fish out of that particular diversion. As far as these kind of projects go, this is fairly economical at $133,000. The PF1 diversion, again, just a few miles downstream, also under control of this Apache Foundation, involved a much more elaborate approach. A vertical slot fishway was installed, and a rotating drum screen was installed in the ditch. And then the Apache Foundation is now responsible for operating and maintaining these structures. The last project I'll describe is quite simply some prescribed burning going on in the southeast part of the state. Ryan Amundsen has been busy on 4 different prescribed burns last year, as well as some additional burns this year. The work he led last year resulted in a total of 5,800 acres burned. That was 4 different prescribed burns in a variety of habitats. We're talking big mountain shrub stands, as well as some CRP and some aspen work. Interestingly to me, one of these burns, a 600-acre burn near Veteran, provided the Goshen County Volunteer Fire Department an opportunity to train some of their volunteers before the wildfire season got going. So it kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone on that effort. All right, while I'm talking habitat, I'd be remiss if I didn't brief you on the governor's water strategy. Governor Matt Mead published this strategy in 2015. It consists of 10 different initiatives. 2 of those are entitled River Restoration and Fish Passage. The River Restoration Initiative essentially involves the outcome as it's listed there, fostering effective stream restoration efforts throughout Wyoming. It recognizes the interest that communities and individuals and conservation-minded folks have in stream restoration. And then the Fish Passage Initiative is all about working with water users as they're replacing aging infrastructure to help them do that in a way that benefits not only their operation, but provides for passage. So milestones, there's an ad hoc group that's been formed with representatives from various agencies, including Game and Fish, Water Development, Department of Agriculture, WWNRT, DEQ, and WYDOT. And we've met quarterly and have developed a few products for folks, and one of those products being simply a list of funding sources that they can go to if they're interested in trying to get some projects together and get them done. 26 pages of how to get funding as a resource. Another development has been some bullets about really how to go about this, who to contact, and what constitutes quality work. What are some of the standards we need to keep in mind when we're working on these kinds of projects? And then most recently, we've been talking about developing some workshops, some educational workshops in the realm of fish passage and stream restoration. And so coming up here in October at the annual Water Association meeting, we're going to spend a day doing a river restoration workshop. And that'll be about providing those in attendance a range of water user irrigation district types as well as engineers with some principles about river restoration, and then we'll go out and tour the project in Casper and use that as a learning opportunity. So that's sort of a quick and dirty dance through some of the habitat projects that are going on, and I guess there's another 125 different projects that are highlighted in this annual report, and they're all meant to implement our strategic habitat plan. And if you have any questions now or in the future, sure, encourage you to ask.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Paul? Commissioner Price.
The slot fishway, vertical slot, how does that work?
I bet you know the physics behind this better than me, but essentially the columns produce turbulence, and the width is calculated in a manner to keep a turbulence factor below some threshold level based off of the fish species. And it's really one of the designs that's getting to be pretty broadly used, because a fish comes up and it can kind of hide behind one of those pillars. Maybe I could pull up a slide and show that.
Yeah.
Let's see. So a fish can hide behind any one of those pillars and then dart between that gap between there. And there's a whole range of different velocities they can find to work their way up and provide a little bit of resting area. And there's some complex physics behind the turbulence numbers that I couldn't tell you. But they calculate a width based off of the discharge, and then it goes to some critical shear stress numbers or something, I don't know.
So this thing is kind of on an angle with these pillars up, and the fish kind of works his way up like a fish ladder in a way, but a vertical.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can see kind of how it slopes down there, and then it takes a turn, and then it comes back. And so depending on how high your water surface difference is between at your existing dam, there's a certain slope that you don't want to get beyond. And this is a prairie fish community, so they need a really gradual sort of slope. If this was salmonids only, we could get away with twice as much slope or half as much ramp length to provide that passage. But that, it's under a 2% slope, and there's another similar design being considered for a passageway on the Tongue River at the interstate diversion site. And again, that's another prairie fish community, and so it takes a little bit more to get those little fish up through all these high dams. So.
How about trash collection in those?
It'll collect some trash, and so if you don't put some sort of a boom out front to deflect the woody debris, or have a trash rack at the very entrance of it, you can get some trash in there. So if you have the ability on private land like this to leave it open the way they did, so it's a lot easier to just get in there and pull out the occasional branch. but that's a factor you really have to consider in the design of these. It passes the smaller material really well, and that's one of the advantages of it. All that turbulence keeps everything mixed up, and it keeps it kind of blowing through.
I guess one more question on those. Do the beavers tend to dam off the front part of it?
We haven't seen that on these. Just when you predict they'll stay away from a site, they'll find a way to mess you up. But we have, again, that design on the interstate. We're considering a ramp on that one that's an open channel. We had the same question to the designers, and they assured us that that the water velocities weren't in the range that they thought beavers would build on it. I haven't seen it yet, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Thank you, Paul.
Yep.
Great presentation. Scott Smith.
Madam President, Commissioners, Director Talbot, your last agenda item today is an update on the Wyoming chapter of the Wildlife Society Fellowship Program. As you recall, every year, for the last few years at least, the fellow has come and kind of given an update on the summer intern program they had opportunity to participate in. Unfortunately, this year, the fellow had scheduling problems and could not make the meeting today. So in his place, we have two bearded biologists from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Eric Maychek, who was past president of the Wyoming TWS, and the current board member, Ben Wise, and they're going to tag team and give us a update on the 2016 fellowship program.
Thanks, Scott.
President Little, members of the commission, Director Talbot. Yeah, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Eric Maychek, and I, like Scott said, I'm the past president of the Wildlife Society. Is this on? No. I'll hold this up. So the Wyoming chapter of the Wildlife Society is an organization of professional biologists as well as administrators, land stewards, and we've been around since 1974. Our parent organization has also been around since 1937, and essentially we promote excellence in wildlife science and education, and this not only strengthens our members, but as well as the habitats and the wildlife that rely upon them. So we're always trying to find innovative ways to, I guess, to do management as well as education, and so one of the programs that we came up with, and it's actually, I have to credit Steve Kilpatrick, this was a concept that he came up with in 2011, and basically ran it through the Wildlife Society, and we started it as an official program in 2012. The fellowship program, essentially, the mission is to develop and mentor future wildlife professionals. So we have quite a wealth of youth in our state that come through our various colleges, particularly UW. And one thing we try to do is basically get them to explore some different career options. Most of these folks, they're really close to graduating or they just graduated with their undergrad. And what we're trying to do is get them out and expose them to a variety of career options that they might not have otherwise seen. And then as part of this, their duties are to get to travel around the state and basically network with a variety of folks and also assist these various professionals. They get to attend a variety of meetings as well, so sometimes they get to see a lot of fireworks that they might not know about from just going to class. So they get to learn some of that. And then ultimately, they'll get to present their work, what they experienced over the summer, both verbally, so in a setting such as this, as well as through a written presentation. So now it's, I guess my pleasure to introduce Ben Wise. He has, as far as the mentors go, he probably has the most experience. He's been involved with it since its inception. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ben.
President Little, Commission, and Director Talbot. First off, I'd be remiss to not discuss, or not touch on where the program gets its funding from. It's actually from you guys. In the past, we've received gracious donations of commissioner licenses that were auctioned off, and then that paid for the student to travel the state, get a stipend for his work throughout the summer, and then to help him get to both the commission meetings and also TWS meetings to present on his experiences from the summer. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank you guys for the past donations. And with that, I'll kind of try to work through the way the program works, what the fellows get out of it, what the mentors get out of it, and kind of touch on the successes that we've had with this program. So typically when the fellowship starts throughout the year, we bring the person on about mid to late May as they're getting out of their classes. And in the past, it was more kind of Northwest Wyoming centric. We worked with the Teton Science School. They partnered with us and provided some of the administrative services we needed for dealing with the money and paying the fellow, and also provided housing. They've kind of gone through a transition and no longer can provide that, so now we work with the Wyoming Cooperative Wildlife Research Unit to do roughly the same project. Typically when they begin, we're in the spring portion of the biologist year, so they're out assisting people with spring sage grouse counts. In the past, I've had fellows come out with me, work as the BFH biologist out of the Jackson region, so they actually come out and help me track elk as they move from the feed grounds up into the high country, chasing collared elk with vaginal implant transmitters to help us define parturition sites better. From there, they move out through a series of other organizations and mentors. Last year, our fellow was able to work with 16 different groups throughout the summer, and everything from federal agencies, as you see on this slide. He was able to participate in the Blackfoot ferret release over in Meeteetse, helped with the Wyoming toad releases down around Laramie. He worked with the State Wildlife Agency, got to spend some time out at the Thorne Williams Research Center, working with Dr. Wood on some CWD work. Was able to get out on multiple big game surveys and disease work. Also, much of his work detailed non-game and small game work. He was also able to participate in the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies sage grouse meeting in Lander, which after visiting with Jace, he seemed very, very excited about attending that and picked up a lot as far as policy and procedure goes in kind of a big, powerful meeting like that. He also was able to work with multiple departments at the University of Wyoming, many different non-government NGOs, and then also worked with the Teton Raptor Center out of Jackson on some banding of golden eagles. So this is kind of a map that shows where he was able to work throughout the summer. Pretty much hit all corners of the state. Like I said, this fellowship has kind of progressed over the years. The first couple of years it was very, very Jackson-centric because that's where the housing was provided. And since then we've been able to diversify and spread out the experiences, which I think helps make them a much more well-rounded biologist by the end of the summer. So we were able to get them out to 23 different locations across the state. Another question we often get is what do we get for providing this service to the student chapter of the Wildlife Society in Wyoming? And we've wrestled with this question multiple times, and then once you finally take a step back and look at what they've actually been able to achieve, we've we've worked on this project for 6 years. The first year it wasn't under the Wildlife Society. It was actually run by Steve Kilpatrick. But his first fellow was Kyle Lash, who now works for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department out of Jackson. Patrick works for West out of Laramie. Victor works for the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team out of Grand Teton National Park. Luke May works for the Wyoming Wetland Society out of Jackson. And Jace is our most recent fellow, and he's just finishing up his graduate or his undergraduate this year. So out of the 6 people that we had that have participated in this program, five of them are either still pursuing a college education in wildlife or working in the wildlife realm. So I feel like that's a very, very strong statement for what this program is providing. It's maybe not turning out game and fish biologists, but it's turning out wildlife biologists, which I think is essential for wildlife in the state of Wyoming. These are just some quotes that we've picked up from both mentors and fellows throughout the year, or throughout the years. I think it is good to actually get the feedback from the fellows. Oftentimes after the project is over, they come back and in their exit interview talk about how much bigger the realm of wildlife biology is than what they had experienced in the university system, making them a much more well-rounded biologist leaving the program. And then it's also really good for the mentors. It really gives the professionals the chance to actually kind of look outwardly on what they're doing and kind of reflect on why they're doing what they're doing and what the purpose of their job is. Oftentimes you spend a lot of time in the field working and trying to gather data or trying to solve problems, but you're not seeing it from the 10,000-foot view. When you have a fellow, somebody who's just getting into the profession and just beginning to learn what the job duties are, they'll actually open your eyes more to what you're truly supposed to be doing, as opposed to just setting a goal and trying to achieve that goal. Another thing I'd like to touch on is that because of this program and other things that we've done throughout the past years in the Wyoming chapter of the Wildlife Society, we were nominated and selected as the chapter of the year last year, allowing us to go to Winnipeg and receive the award. And if you look up there, there's multiple current and past game and fish biologists in that picture. The Wildlife Society tends to kind of bring together multiple generations of game and fish biologists, which is great because it gives people in my position, kind of just beginning in their career, the opportunity to work with people who've done this for 30 or 40 years. I think that's the end of the presentation. With that, I'll take any questions you guys have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ben or Eric? Commissioner Price.
I had a chance to work with Kyle Lash over in Jackson here this past spring, really, working with the goats.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy could out-climb a goat up the side of that mountain, I think.
Yes, he can. And he's always got a smile when he's doing it.
Oh, yeah, he's...
Madam
Commissioner
President,
Crank.
have you sought funding elsewhere? I mean, I know that you live off, at least partially off of Game and Fish Commission licenses, but, I mean, is there an incredible program and incredible experience, but unfortunately, you're only able to touch one person a summer. It would be really cool if you could touch 5 or 10 or whatever, if you could expand this to have even a greater volume of folks running through this, being able to get this incredible experience. And so have you guys pondered that or thought about that? Or
We have. We've actually, on the drive from Pinedale down here this afternoon, we were discussing that, and there's definitely been a push to make the program bigger and to try to become more encompassing and get more people involved. The issue is it's all, as far as the kind of running the program, it's all volunteer, and it's all, the mentors are kind of taking time out of their job duties to do that. Still doing their job duties, but also it takes some logistics to to bring on a fellow. And then there's the funding side of it that we're wrestling with as well. But that's a direction that I think we're going to need to go. It's nice to be able to bring one person in and really focus on one person, but it would be nice if we had people in multiple parts of the state doing multiple different things. Not everybody wants to be a big game biologist or a non-game biologist, but that tends to be the direction we push them. It'd be great to have a similar project in the fisheries division or services or whatever. It'd just be good to get more of the students leaving the university involved, because we're kind of building our own ranks that way. We're training the new biologists that are coming in.
Sure. So, Commissioner Crank, we got approached a couple years ago from an individual who actually asked us to try to expand the program in terms of wildlife communications, so media, and we wrestled with this. We talked to some various folks, and again, as Ben described, we're an organization of volunteers. We all have day jobs. And so, yeah, as far as trying to administrate this, it's pretty difficult. We would love to see the program expand. We certainly need help doing that. As far as funding goes, yes, I've asked other entities, and it's been surprisingly, even at the parent level, at the parent chapter, has been difficult. They have not been able to provide money. And so for us, we see it as an opportunity to partner, to collaborate with the commission as well as other entities. The tags that we've acquired, that you have provided, we've been able to partner typically with Foundation North American Wild Sheep, and then most recently with Muley Fanatics, who essentially they do the auctioning, we split the profits. And that's how we've been able to fund this. So if you have any suggestions as far as other entities to approach, we are all ears. We would certainly appreciate any advice you might have.
Let me think about it. Send me an email.
Okay.
It's an incredible program. You guys are doing really important stuff, so I like the idea, I like the enthusiasm, I like the passion, so good job.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Eric and Ben? If not, thank you both for coming, and thanks for your presentation and your work. Thank you very much. Well, we've come to the end of the agenda, but at this time I would take I don't have any blue slips up here, but I'm willing to take some public comments. Steve Kilpatrick.
Members of the commission, Steve Kilpatrick, commenting on my own. And I dreamt up this program, and it was kind of cool because I called Governor Friedenthal's office. He had an internship program in which all state agencies could get interns, and I had some for a couple years. I said, what's the intent? I'm using this intern as a project biologist looking at a couple projects. Is that the intent? And the guy said no, and I said, well, send me the documentation. And he says, well, there wasn't any. Friedenthal just said, do it. So that's how it all started, and I said, well, rather than having a person work on one or two projects, can we expose them to 20-some different entities of wildlife management? And he said, yeah, that's what it was for. So that's kind of how it started. And the question about volume, Commissioner Crank, one person, what they didn't address was they screen and screen and screen, and they try to find the Aldo Leopold, the Scott Talbot, the whoever that is going to be the leader in the wildlife field, and we think at that young age. And then that person is given the opportunity to have this exposure. So that's kind of how we deal with it with limited funding at the time. But I would like to thank the Wildlife Society Wyoming chapter and the Wyoming Game and Fish for supporting the program through the last 6 or 7 years. When I got into the wildlife field, of course, it was tight. I took the first job I could get. God, would I have ever loved to have been exposed to 15, 25 different entities of wildlife management, and then said, yeah, I want to be a wildlife veterinarian, no, I want to be a game warden, whatever. I didn't have that exposure, so this exposes that individual to that. They can figure out where their skill set matches the challenges and where their personality matches the challenges needed for the job. So thanks for your past support. I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, questions from Steve? Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Any other public comments? Well, we certainly thank you all for your attendance, and I would take a motion from the commissioners to adjourn.
I'll make the motion that we adjourn.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. A second?
Second that.
A second from Commissioner Culver. Sherry, you're good with that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please.
I should have said nay.
Yeah, you should have said, had your chance.